Buenos días, vamos a empezar. Buenos días a todas y todos. Gracias por llegar puntuales a pesar de la lluvia en Santiago. Bienvenidos a este tercer y último día del sexto Seminario Regional de Desarrollo Social en América Latina y el Caribe. Para iniciar esta jornada tendremos el gusto de contar con una nueva charla magistral a cargo del doctor Fabian Stefani. Esta charla se centrará en la inteligencia artificial y el futuro del trabajo en América Latina y el Caribe. Les comento, antes de seguir y cambiarme al inglés, que hay interpretación simultánea, tanto en Webex como del inglés al español, para quienes lo necesiten, como en la mesa aquí de la entrada, para los quienes requieran sacar audífonos o en los que están sentados en la mesa al lado del micrófono. To begin today's session, we have...
Para comenzar con la sesión de hoy día, tenemos una sesión con una nueva charla magistral por parte del Dr. Fabian Stefani. Esta presentación se enfocará en inteligencia artificial y el futuro del trabajo en América Latina y el Caribe. El Dr. Stefani nos hablará sobre el rol de las habilidades relacionadas con IA y con las transformaciones del mercado actuales y cómo los cambios tecnológicos tienen que ver con los cambios y las inequidades del mercado, tanto como los riesgos principales y oportunidades que esto produce para distintos grupos. Fabian Stefani trabaja en el Oxford Internet Institute de la Universidad de Oxford y es investigador senior en el Institute for New Economic Thinking de la Oxford Martin School. Su investigación revisa cómo las tecnologías,
especially artificial intelligence, transform labor market, skills, and the future of work. At Oxford, he leads the SkillScale project, which investigates how technological change affects job growth, work quality, and labor market inequality. Among various positions and participation, Dr. Stefani co-created the online labor observatory with the International Labor Organization. His upcoming book, Skilled, to be published in November of this year, examines the skills the workforce will need to master an ever-changing world of work. Thank you, Dr. Stefani, to be here with us. You have the floor to your presentation for the next 40 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Buenos días. Love to come in person. The fact that we are just concluding our teaching. My 2-year-old daughter had a veto on.
Mi hija de 2 años lo vetó. Yo voy a estar con ustedes en línea.
Presentation from my end for all of you. Most of the findings that I'll be presenting today, almost all of them, come from our own research at the University of Oxford. More precisely, from my own research group, which is called the SkillScale Group, that examines how the labor market changes under the influence of digital technologies such as artificial intelligence. And so a big thanks, of course, goes not only to my institute, but particularly to my restless students and collaborators who are working on this, probably also while I'm speaking here. Without them, none of this research would be possible. I hope you can all see my slides. If not, at any point, feel free to intervene, of course, and stop me if anything stops on my end. Before I'll jump into the findings that I'd like to share here, I first like to talk about the aspect that I'm honestly speaking least knowledgeable about, and that is the specific economic context of countries in Latin America and in the Caribbean. But I'd love to take this as a prelude to my findings, just to give you an idea on why I think this matters particularly for this region of the world. So the talk that I'll be giving today is not surprisingly going to focus on skills and why skills are an important focal point to understand how technology, how artificial intelligence is changing the world of work. It is subtitled Emergence, Enhancement, and Erosion of Work, because I think those are the three aspects that we are currently witnessing right now. New things emerging, existing things being enhanced, and existing skills or type of work diminishing or disappearing because of technology. But let's start with a look at Latin America and the Caribbean at this point. So why I think this particularly matters for this world region is basically because it's a region full of challenges, but full of opportunities at the same time. It has some remarkable statistics that I try to gather here from UNDP and the ILO. For example, that it has a relatively high share of informally employed work. And I guess there are many people in the room that are knowledgeable about informal work. The thing is, informality is a double-edged sword, as we can all imagine. It comes with precarious working conditions, but it is also a very agile type of work. We know from many regions, including Latin America and the Caribbean, that particularly informal workers, in particular online workers, so workers that work on platforms, for example, on online labor platforms, are the most agile when it comes to adapting to change. And so they are also those people that could probably most agilely adapt to this type of change. Though at the same time, there is, of course, a high risk that this kind of precarious work might be even amplified by this technology. At the same time, we see that the adoption rates are very rapid. We'll be talking about global adoption rates or US and UK adoption rates in a bit. But to put this in perspective, adoption rates for digital technologies are, in terms of their increase, even steeper in countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we also see that this region, at least when we look at the statistics that are provided by the ILO, is overproportionally exposed to artificial intelligence. So a relatively large share of the population is actually impacted by AI, in the sense both that these jobs could erode, but also that these type of work could be seeing gains in productivity. So in summary, the region is particularly interesting to look at because it has a lot of potential for volatility in one or the other direction. I guess in the question and answer session, we might have some time to look at how this journey could develop. But before we come to this, allow me to use my own profession as an academic, as a researcher, as an example on what I mean when I talk about the enhancement, the augmentation, the emergence of new work, and the erosion of new work, the job of a researcher, of a professor. I show you two pictures here. One could be situated on the left-hand side, somewhere in the 80s, maybe in the early 90s, where you have pieces of quite antique technology, a very early Macintosh computer on the desk, and everything is full of scribbles and papers. And on the right-hand side, you see more or less a modern day scenario of a researcher. What we can see in this example are actually all three of these phenomena. How technology, first of all, leads to the emergence of new skills. The professor on the right-hand side is focusing on tasks that would have been unimaginable by the professor on the left-hand side, and that is constantly working with a very sophisticated digital technology like the computer, for example. So nobody was writing emails or preparing slides on a computer back then. This has significantly changed over the last a few decades. At the same time, we also see aspects of enhancement. So skills that existed already before the advent of these digital technologies and afterwards, but in an enhanced way. Professors in the 80s have definitely also been giving seminars, so they needed to have seminar and presentation skills, but they have been enhanced and changed significantly because now the professor is probably not talking to a few dozen students. The professor could potentially be talking to hundreds, if not thousands of students, if you're talking about, let's say, a massive open online course. For example. So the presentation skills have certainly been enhanced by the technology. And last but not least, let's speak about the erosion, which from my point of view is too frequently portrayed in the media and in discussions. And that's how work is going to be dismantled or destroyed because of technology. Well, on the left-hand side, we do see a research assistant, and the research assistant has disappeared on the right-hand side. This is not to say that there are no longer research assistants needed. I have wonderful research assistants, and I would be completely lost without their help. But what this is supposed to show is that some of these skills that were required back then by a research assistant are no longer required. Back then, the professors had the privilege of scribbling notes on a piece of paper, handing it over to their wonderful research assistant with a remark of saying, this needs to be in my new book, this needs to be in the slides for next week. This is obviously no longer necessary because with the advent of digital technologies like a personal computer, the professor can do this now by just typing, and with the advent of AI, maybe just speaking to a technology that's transcribing their thoughts into slides. So again, this shows that there are clearly three forces at play here when technology interacts with skills. And to keep this in an order, I'd love to go through them one by one. I'd love to focus on the first of them, which is the emergence of new skills first. When we talk about the emergence of new skills and technology, it is maybe helpful to look back into history. This is looking quite far back into history, but I think you can do this exercise for many technologies, also more recent technologies. I would love to talk about the technology that emerged, roughly speaking, about like 200, 250 years ago, and that's the locomotive. It's the steam engine on wheels. And the country that I'm joining you from right now, England, the UK, was one of the front runners when it came to this breakthrough technology. But unfortunately, this breakthrough technology was a breakthrough technology in the quite literal sense of the word, because a lot of things were breaking back then. The steam engines exploded, they derailed, bridges crumbled. There were a lot of terrible sites like this one at the early days of this technology. And the problem, and that's the important message here, the problem was not so much the technology itself, it was a lack of human skills. It was a lack of experts who could develop, maintain, and govern this technology. And that led to England importing these skills from countries like France, Italy, and Germany, hiring engineers to help facilitate what would later be definitely a successful technological revolution. But what we see is technology and skills go in lockstep. There's no success in terms of technology without skilled people to work with this technology. And this is something similar that we're witnessing on the labor market right now. Here again, historic example of many breakthrough technologies, from electricity over to the radio and the smartphone. We see that they accelerated pretty quickly. Some of them conquered the US market almost entirely just within the first 25 years of their existence. We also see that AI, which is the red bar on the very left-hand side, might be even faster in expansion. In only 3 years, about 1/3 of the household have been starting to use artificial intelligence. But what we also see, remember, technology and skills go hand in hand, is a rapid increase in the demand for human skills. This is data from job vacancies, online job vacancies from the UK, US, and Germany, and that shows that the demand for people who have AI skills has tripled in some of these countries in just 10 years. So this is a tremendous increase in demand for these skilled workers on the labor market. And please bear in mind, when I say AI skills, I do not necessarily only talk about technical AI skills. So this is not so much only about machine learning engineers who are able to develop neural networks or models like ChatGPT or Claude. This is about people in marketing, in administration, in sales, in finance, in research, knowledge workers using AI to make their work more productive and efficient. But what happens on a market where demand for something exceeds supply by far, because in this decade, the supply of AI skills has not been keeping up with the demand side, as you can imagine. The economics behind this, the very basic one-on-one economics, tell us prices go up. And that is exactly what we're seeing as well. We did a study in the UK where we investigated how much UK employers are willing to pay for people with AI skills. And we try to isolate the effect that AI skills have. Without going too deep into the statistics, we're essentially making sure that these findings are not influenced by the type of industry you're in, the job you do, the type of experience or education that you have. And what we see is that there's an average wage premium on the labor market in the UK of 23%. So now you might have a short moment for contemplation, think about your annual salary, and add 23% to this, and you quickly realize that this is a very substantial number. It is, compared to the other premium that we see for education, a very substantial number too. It is outpassing the premium that we see for master's degree in the UK at around 13%, and is catching up with the premium that we see for a doctorate, a PhD degree, which is roughly at 30% on the UK labor market. So this is a tremendous reward for AI skills. And this is not only visible in terms of money, it is also visible in terms of perks, in terms of non-monetary benefits. This is data from the United States, where we find more evidence that employers are trying to do everything they can to get their hand on adequately skilled AI talent. For example, we see that the chances of being offered parental leave, which is of course done on a firm level in the United States, are twice as high for AI talent than for people without AI skills. And for remote work, which is definitely, since the pandemic, an obvious perk, an obvious benefit of a workplace, the chances are even 3 times higher for AI talent to be offered the option to work from home occasionally than for those people without AI skills. So this already shows us in terms of money and in terms of benefits, there's a very strong reward for people who know how to work with artificial intelligence. But this chart on the left-hand side got us thinking and got us a bit worried as people working in the field of education, right? So if AI skills have such a tremendous premium, who still wants to do a master's degree if AI skills alone could give you these monetary benefits? It's time for me probably to say that it's still worth getting a master's degree, particularly from a great place like Oxford and other wonderful universities around the world. But the thing is, just because these skills are so valuable doesn't mean that that masters or degrees have lost their appeal. And universities have acted to this. This is just a very small selection of the advertisements that I have been seeing on social media from leading institutions around the world who are offering micro certificates, so short courses, maybe a month or just a few weeks long, in skilling people to work with AI in fields like data science, like marketing, or management and leadership, for example. And this was the motivation for us for one of our recent experiments, where we tried to want to see, do these certificates actually help employing people? So do these certificates actually develop the value that they promise to deliver for the field of artificial intelligence? And I'm not going to go into great details about the study, but essentially what we did, we ran a large experiment with people from HR, recruiters in the UK, the US, and Germany, and we gave them a simple task. They had 2 CVs in front of them, 2 resumes, and they had to pick one candidate for an interview. We did this with thousands of recruiters and tens of thousands of CVs, and these CVs had been artificially designed by us in a way that they were actually identical. So it was a female young candidate with a master's degree competing with a female young candidate with a master's degree. And what we see on average is that the chances are 50-50 for these candidates. But then we changed some parts of these resumes and added AI skills to these CVs. And for some of the candidates, we not only added AI skills that are self-reported, but we also added these candidates to have certificates for AI skills, certificates from places like LinkedIn or Google, but also certificates from places like MIT or the University of Oxford. We did this in many occupations like software development, graphic design, and admin roles, and this is essentially our main findings. We see a baseline of 50%, that's the dotted line, and that's the average. If everything is the same, the chances of being invited are just 50-50, as it should be. But something changed significantly across all occupations once people had AI skills on their resumes. The chances, for example, if you look at the very right-hand side for software developers, the chances of being invited to the interview shifted to 60%. That's a 10 percentage point increase compared to the baseline. And once these applicants had company or university certificates on their resumes, the chances shifted even higher, up to 68%, which is a tremendous increase if you think about it, that can be attributed to these kind of AI micro credentials. And bear in mind, those are not master's and bachelor's degrees; those are a few week-long courses that give you the basic understanding of artificial intelligence in your field. But I think the most interesting thing of this study is when we made unequal comparisons, because the labor market is never the way that we design it in our nice experiment. The labor market is messy in the sense that you will have candidates that have disadvantage conditions compared to other candidates. You have older applicants competing against younger applicants. You have people without a master's degree competing against somebody who has a master's degree. And we wanted to know whether this kind of mechanism can also compensate or elevate some of these disadvantages. And we did this, for example, for a comparison of an older applicant against a younger applicant. And what we see is that the older applicant, this is the bar at the very low, without AI skills, is only invited in 1/3 of the cases. So there's a clear age disadvantage in our experiment going on, in disadvantage of the older candidate, obviously. But once these older candidates added AI skills to their CVs, we see the chances shifting to 46% and even higher once they had a university or company certificate. The similar things happened for educational disadvantages. Again, a person without a master's degree competing against somebody with a master's degree, chances on average are just 1/3, 32%. So the outlook is not really good for people who have lower levels of formal education. But again, that changed entirely once people had AI skills on their resume. To give you one example, if they had a university certificate for AI skills present on their CV, the chances of being invited were even higher for these lower educated people than for their higher educated counterpart. This is one of the most striking findings, particularly when it comes to the context of labor market inequalities and development that stems from our research. I'd love to conclude this part of the emergence of skills and move on to the enhancement, because it's not only that artificial intelligence leads to the emergence of new capabilities like working with AI, it also does something to the skills that we already have. And if I may, I'd love to give you a bit of an seemingly unrelated example to this, and that stems from the market of online dating. You don't have to have a great understanding or experience in the world of online dating. I certainly do not have an experience there for being married and in a partnership for far too long now to say anything of value from my own experience. But what you can see on these markets, on these digital markets in general, is that profiles have become more and more polished. Pictures look more and more polished. The texts sound wonderful. Advertising. People are advertising themselves in the most glorious ways that you could imagine. But something interesting happened in response to this. The more that these digital side, the digital technology-driven side of this market becomes uniform, the less it starts to matter, because everybody looks the same. They all look great. What happens, though, at the same time is that the aspects that are not influenced by technology become more important, because if everybody looks the same wonderful, it has the same wonderful aura online, it matters much more whether you bring flowers to a date, whether you have a nice firm handshake, or you open the door, or you have a kind introduction, all of these things that you could imagine. And that is essentially what we're also seeing in the world of work. We ran a study where we looked at occupations and firms, where we looked at jobs where AI had started to enter and had started to take over certain types of work, summarizing a report, writing an email, translating a piece of text, all of the things where artificial intelligence, generative AI is very good at right now. And what we hypothesized is the more people in management, in finance, in sales, in HR are handing over these tasks, these substitutable tasks, to artificial intelligence, the more the value and the popularity of these other competencies, complementary competencies like teamwork, resilience, critical judgment, ethical thinking, the more that the value and the popularity of these skills increases. And that is pretty much what we're finding in our research. What you see in this chart is a dotted line, and the dotted line tells you that everything above this dotted line says that human skills are more important for AI roles than for non-AI roles. And what we see is that for all of the types of skills that we tested, like self-efficiency, teamwork, resilience, there is a clear tendency that they are more prevalent, they're much more demanded for AI roles than for non-AI roles. And also we see that over time, there's a clear tendency that they become more and more important. So with ethics skills, for example, 5 to 6 years ago, they were less present among AI roles compared to non-AI roles. Now this has surpassed the level of 1. And if I continue this data, which we do in our latest publication to the year of 2026 to today, we see that almost for all of these skills, they have become more demanded for AI roles, for occupations where people are working with AI, than for non-AI roles. And this is not only true in terms of popularity, this is also true in terms of monetary rewards. We looked at management roles and at finance roles where people are working with AI. And what we see is that in these AI roles, in management and finance, for example, if you have human skills like resilience or teamwork, your wages are also significantly higher than if you are not having or not being demanded to have these types of human skills. This is a difference of roughly 10% in wage increase for human skills once you're asked to work with AI. So we see a clear enhancement of the skills that already existed and that are probably going to matter more and will be rewarded more, not despite, but because of artificial intelligence. But one skill sticks out and is very, very frequently discussed, and that's the skill of creativity. Very often people say, like, but what about creativity? Will creative people endure? Is creativity the last resort for humans, or will creativity be taken over by artificial intelligence? And that's the content of our experiment that we ran with marketing people. So we asked marketing experts in an experiment to come up with a brand name and a brand strategy for a typical consumer product, like an energy drink, an organic energy drink. And we had an experiment where they could, we forced them to work alone. We gave them the option to work with AI, and we gave them the option to work with AI under guidance. So that's kind of a tutoring version where they are being told on how most effectively to work together with artificial intelligence. And what we see is that AI really makes a difference. The creativity that we tested in advance of this experiment increased by 17% for the people that were allowed to work with AI, and it increased by tremendous 43% for the people that who we gave a targeted or a tutored version of artificial intelligence. But there is a catch to it. There is something that is missing from looking at these numbers alone, and that is happening on the collective level. While individually people seemingly become more creative with artificial intelligence, collectively we lose creative value. Let me give you one example. In this bar chart, we see the names that had been suggested for this new energy drink. And as you can see, the distribution is far from even. In fact, Focus Fuel, which is the most popular name suggested, has been suggested by almost 20%, 1/5 of all participants. And the vast majority of the people suggesting this are the people that worked together with artificial intelligence without any guidance. This essentially shows us that it's probably not the human becoming more creative in this case. It is just AI giving us a very creative answer to the question or the task that we posed. And that has tremendous impact on the collective creativity because the ideas converge to something more and more similar. The outliers, the very specific cases that might seem weird at the first sight, they disappear once people just copy and paste into AI. But as we all know, in those who work in creative fields, the outlier ideas, the weird ideas, might be the very good ideas when it comes to the potential of creativity. So in sum, what we see is that there is a gain individually, but there might be a collective loss. And this brings us to the last part of this presentation and to the aspect of erosion. Of course, we can't talk about generative AI and the labor markets or social development if we don't talk about the potential negative implications of AI. And I would love to give you one example that has been very frequently or is very frequently being discussed in the media right now. This is a chart that I would have loved to produce with our own team, but I have to be honest here, this has been produced by colleagues at LSE and has just been published in a preprint and has also been cited in various newspapers over the last few weeks. And this chart essentially gives us an idea of what people call the graduate hiring blues or the graduate hiring crisis, or in simple terms, the fact that younger people in the labor market, entrants to the labor market, might have lower chances of finding a job because of artificial intelligence. And you can clearly see that with at the end of 2022 and the advent of ChatGPT, the share of young people on the labor market declines in many economies like Canada, the US, Australia, and the UK. But what we also see is that this trend has already started earlier than this, right? We already see that with the advent of the pandemic, the outbreak of COVID in early 2020, the share of younger people has declined. And the authors of this study say that there are organizational reasons for this. The organizational reasons are relatively simple in the sense that somebody who can work from home is more difficult to be supervised. And if we're talking about young people, people that do the job for the first time, we all know that they need an extra degree, an extra care of supervision because they tend to make mistakes like we all did when we first started with our job. But the less you can supervise them because they work from home or they work remote, the less likely it is that a company will actually hire those people if they have an alternative, and the alternative these days is artificial intelligence. So what they're essentially saying is that the hiring crisis for junior people is a remote work crisis that has been amplified by artificial intelligence. They give us this wonderful chart as well, where they show that the remote work jobs are also the jobs that are most exposed to artificial intelligence. But I am skeptical about this theory, and I'd love to use just a few moments to explain why I'm skeptical about this theory. I'd like to turn to a market that you may or may not be familiar with, and those are online freelancing markets. So places like Upwork and Fiverr, platforms where you can ask somebody to design a company logo for you or translate a text from Portuguese to English, or for example, have somebody test some computer code for you. And on these markets, everybody is online. They are remote, 100%. They only happen online. There's nobody sitting in your office doing this job. Yet we see something very interesting happening on these markets after the advent of generative AI. This is data from one of the major online freelancing platforms. And what we see is that throughout all occupations, be it creative work, translation work, legal work, accounting work, we see winners and losers 1 year after the advent of generative AI. People who increased their wages significantly and people who decreased their wages significantly. And the common thing, or the thing that connects those two from my point of view, is commodification. If we take the example of translation, I think the picture might become clearer. You can imagine that you have somebody who needs to translate a certain text for your web page from Portuguese to English to expand the customer audience to English-speaking countries. This is relatively easy done, right? If you don't have if this is not a complex text, you write your text in Portuguese, you send it over to this freelancer, the freelancer translates the text, the transaction is done. The job, the tasks, the skills are extremely commoditizable. They can be done at once, one interaction, and it's very comparable to other services or other people that provide the same service. This type of work has suffered significantly under the advent or with the advent of AI, and we can all imagine why this is the case. The blue bar, however, shows people in the same domain that might not just translate a text from Portuguese to English, but they might translate a legal text from Portuguese to English. And here the picture becomes very different. If you're translating a legal text, every word counts, and every word cannot be literally translated. For those of you who do speak Portuguese and English or Spanish and English, you know that some words are not easily translatable, and particularly not easily translatable in a legal context, because one word might have tremendous legal differences. And so this person not only needs to know both of these languages, this person also needs to know the jurisdiction, the legal context in both of these regions, both of these countries. And the product, the services that is being developed is far away from being commoditizable. There is not just one interaction. There are probably several interactions, several negotiations. There is an expert on the other hand who's guiding you through this process. And in simple terms, this is expert work. Part of this work might be commoditizable, which is the first draft, for example. The first draft of the translation can easily be done by ChatGPT or Claude, definitely much faster than the translator could do. But the nitty-gritty details, they are done by the expert, and the expert shines simply because of this fact. Let me tell you why this is the case. This is a screenshot from that has been circulating on the internet for quite a while, and it shows a driver of a Tesla car, of an automated car, an electric car, is showing something peculiar. This is taking place in a country where there are still horse carriages on the street occasionally, so probably we're looking at Austria, Switzerland, or Germany, I guess. And the Tesla, while it's supposed to be a marvel of technology, fails terribly to recognize what is in front of it, right? Because for us, for the human eye, it's absolutely clear that this is a horse carriage. The Tesla thinks it's a car, it's a truck coming towards the car. And based on this, tremendously horrific decisions could be made if the AI alone was to decide. But fortunately, it is not the AI alone deciding. Like any AI model, computer vision or generative AI, large language models are very good to deal with the most probable things, the things that happened very frequently in the past and that are very frequently happening right now. But it fails terribly, ridiculously at the expert part of the task, of the skill distribution. To give you an illustration, this is how this distribution looks like. You have like 80% of your work, and that applies to a lot of the work on the labor market, is very standardized, it's very repetitive. It's summarizing something, it's writing an email, it's preparing a business note, all of these things. AI is great at doing these repetitive things. But there are certain parts of the distribution that happen less frequently that require expert knowledge, domain knowledge, and AI is not good at doing this. What the freelancers in the blue bar that I showed you just before managed is something specific, and that's a very, very great skill. That is separating the 80% from the 20% and letting go of the 80% to focus more on the 20%. In other words, AI enabled those people to de-skill the things that they cannot and should not compete with AI, and to focus on the 20% that are the reason why they call themselves experts. And that is one of the recommendations that goes beyond freelancers and beyond junior people, and actually applies to everybody who has domain and expert knowledge, is probably this dance between the repetitive part and the expert part of their work. With this, I'd like to come to a conclusion and like to focus on three recommendations. Those are only three recommendations. We have loads of recommendations that we gathered, and I'm a bit sad that I have to focus on only three of these recommendations. But the three recommendations that I have for now is, first, think about the place where learning is happening. What we hear from many people is that schools and universities are great institutions, don't get me wrong. They definitely do a great job, usually, in teaching the fundamentals of data, of ethics, of what technology means for society, but they are probably not the right place to teach very specific technical skills. Firms are much better suited to do this because they are at the technology frontier, they know what the market demands, and they have an environment for also older people who continuously need to learn, to have a safe place to learn without going back to schools and universities. Secondly, certifications matter. If you think about the study that we did with the recruiters, we see that AI skills had a certain value in terms of helping people to come to an interview, progressing with their career. But the real difference was made by certifications, whether people had a certificate for AI skills. In a world where everybody claims to be an expert in AI and have AI skills, it is, in economic terms, very important to have a strong signal to show that you are capable of doing something, and having a partner from the industry or from an education field to certify this is definitely something important. And lastly, we should be thinking about how to interact with AI. What we see, for example, from our study with marketing people, if we just copy paste things into artificial intelligence, not only will diversity decrease and we become all more similar, more AI-like, it is also that we won't learn anything, right? The stickiness of doing something, of learning something, comes from a tutoring, or comes from failing or being asked follow-up questions. And that is something that AI usually doesn't do, but that is something that I would strongly advocate for AI to do once we're interacting with it, because then every interaction with AI becomes a learning opportunity. To conclude this, please allow me to transition into a little bit of advertisement. It has already been mentioned by Daniela very kindly at the beginning. I've written a book about this topic, but many, many other topics like manual skills, soft skills, learning skills at old age. Each chapter is dedicated to a challenge and to a specific skill that helps you to master this challenge. This book is going to come out in November. Feel free to pre-register if you want to, or stay informed. You can look at the QR code and follow the developments on social media and on LinkedIn. And always, of course, you have my email address here. Feel free to reach out. And I thank you very much for your attention, for the invitation, and look forward to the to questions to this. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation on such an emerging topic for which we still have so little evidence to help us understand how to adapt to this highly dynamic transformation and to understand what to expect. I have to say, the data you showed is a little disheartening. I now open the floor for comments or questions. Preguntas aquí en sala. Por favor, levanten la mano, preséntense y hablen en un micrófono. También en el chat se pueden recibir preguntas o comentarios para Dr. Stefani. Amalia, preséntate antes de preguntar.
Sí, buenos días, Amalia Palma, de acá de la CEPAL. Muchas gracias, profesor, por la presentación, súper interesante, pero con muchos desafíos para la región de aquí en adelante y de seguir la investigación en estos temas. Quería preguntar...
This issue. I would like to ask which elements do you feel or should be considered for the transition to AI be actually focused on the human being so that it guarantees labor inclusion and not only relying on technological access, but also redefining the quality of work? That's my question. Thank you. Let's see, we'll take one additional question and then we'll offer the floor to the professor.
Muchas gracias, Juliana Martínez, Universidad.
Juliana Martínez from the Costa Rica University. Thank you for this presentation. My question is how to make research, how can research take on board the Quantic research that this the Quantic progress of research, because being updated of that takes a lot of time. And so what is how can we keep up with the pace of that development, thinking that the leap forward that AI is making means that when it comes to different apps in our region, well, these apps can improve, can update themselves every week practically. And therefore, there is a tremendous need for people to keep pace of that. So my question is how to integrate that pace so that we can integrate that with the dynamic of social structures and with variables that actually react far more slowly than technological change. Thank you for your question. Now I'll offer the floor to Professor Stefani whilst we receive other questions.
We'll do it again. Please. No, we'll do it again in English. Just give us a second.
I will try in English. What elements we should consider for the transition to AI that be human-centered and that guarantee labor inclusion.
Thank you, Amalia.
Luciana, can you
Thank you.
translate your question?
Okay, let's do it shorter then. So my question is how to bring into social research the huge speed of transformation in artificial intelligence. So like what we say today will be history next week. So that's a huge challenge for social research because we have a different timing. We need to bring indicators, gather our data, and do our job, even if we use artificial intelligence as we are, many of us using. So how do you see that? I mean, how do we deal with that? And how do we bring this speed against like the way slower transformations in the social structure that are trying to catch up with these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana.
Thank you very much, Amalia and Juliana, for asking this question twice. My apologies on my end on the hiccup. Those are excellent questions. And first of all, to Amalia, the human elements of this. So what we see from our research is that, ironically, or maybe not ironically, AI does strengthen many human aspects. So what we're clearly seeing is in the study that I showed with the complementarity of skills is that some human skills, very human skills like ethical judgment, which I think is very difficult for machines actually to do, is becoming increasingly important, not despite, but because of artificial intelligence. Simply because AI is doing so many of the repetitive work, much of the human judgment, of the ethical judgment of working with others, supervising others, is becoming more and more important. So this might actually be, in that sense, be good news for the human elements. And let me just stress one thing very generally also that I try to make in the book. We are talking, so the book, it only talks about AI in one chapter. And I think this is an adequate representation because AI is really just one of many labor market challenges that we're facing right now. Precariousness is another, informal work is another, aging is another, the greening of the economy is another. And here it's very, very different skills that emerge. I mean, I know this is about artificial intelligence, but I mean, in a broader context, the conference is about development and labor market developments, and manual skills are very, very often overlooked. No AI will help us with manual skills. No heat pump, no elderly it will be cared of with AI skills, with digital skills. Those are manual skills. There's a huge potential for manual skills in industrialized countries alone, and in Latin America and Caribbean countries as well. Millions of baby boomers will be retiring over the next 10 years, and there will be plenty of demand for these types of manual skills. And to get to Juliana, the speed is astonishing, though I think we are often misguided by the speed of the technology. The technology is advancing in rapid bursts very often. So things that Gen AI is doing now would have been unimaginable when it first came up in 2022. But the question is really how much of this translates to the social side, to institutions, to our society, to our labor market. And here I'm a bit skeptical. So not everything that the technology can do is, first of all, applicable technically. People talk about robots for 20 years now. Still, apartments, conferences are being cleaned, children are being taken care of, elderly are being taken care of by human beings, not by AI-powered robots. And I think this has technical reasons why this is not going to change so soon. Also, it's not economically viable because it's still cheaper to do this with humans, and it might ethically never be desirable to do this. The moment that a robot does a mistake in one of these very sensitive fields of work, the industry is dead. And this is anticipated, I guess. Though you are completely right, things are happening very, very fast. Technology is helping us to keep up with this, technology itself for measuring things and measuring these developments. But I think it's the focus should shift to how to make our institutions resilient to this change, because we talk about AI now. In 5 years, we might no longer be talking about AI because it has become something like electricity and is omnipresent everywhere. And we might be talking about quantum computers, you name it. It's hard for me to look into the future. But the question is how do we stay resilient? How do institutions stay resilient to this changes? I guess the more relevant question.
Thank you very much. I have two persons on the floor, but I'm first going to read a couple of questions that we've received in the chat. We've received several, but I
I'm going to read one from the Caribbean. The Caribbean context differs significantly from that of many developed countries due to its small market size, limited institutional capacity, resource constraints, and unique socioeconomic structures. Given these differences, how do you believe the findings and evidence generated in developed country settings can be meaningfully translated to small island development states? That's one question. I'm just gonna read a couple because we have many and we do not have enough time for all of them. But this is the next question. In what aspects should AI be regulated, and in what social and labor areas? I'm gonna have two persons here in the floor, and only if you can make your question in English, please.
By the way, I can try to check with the translation again. I've got the interpretation on now, so this should also probably work in Spanish. Let's try.
A ver, probemos. ¿Puedes entender lo que yo estoy diciendo? Okay,
Yes.
good. Tú primero, preséntate, por favor. Lento.
My name is Julieta Vivar, and I work in Fundación de las Familias in the last 40 telecenters in Chile, which, due to a huge resource reduction, are being closed this month. Due to the digital transformation era, would our societies need, as we need now, but in the future, would we need in-person customer service people? Are the skills needed for digital area the professor described, are they the same for today, day-to-day transition to the digital?
Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Professor Stefani. I'm Emmanuel. My question is more if firms are school and certificates are signal, what is the role then for these new skills we need for policy? What is the role for active labor policy for these new skills that we need? Thank you.
Very good questions. This was the last one. Please, Dr. Stefani, nobody wanted to speak Spanish anymore. You see?
My sincere apologies. I do encourage people to speak their mother tongue, definitely. Also for me to improve my Spanish a little bit on this occasion, maybe. But I try to get back to these questions one by one. So in the Caribbean context, it has been mentioned, of course, we're talking about small economies, but we are talking also about opportunities. You know, I try to always make the argument, when we think about informality, this is a double-edged sword. I don't want to negate the negative aspects of informality. Don't get me wrong. I know that informality is a fragile work, precarious work, has lower wages and such, but informality is also more agile work. We know that much of the leapfrogging of coming up with new ideas is born under the pressure of informality, or is born without the institutional constraints that formal work has. But to give you a very precise answer to this, if you think about this from an economic point of view on the level of macro level of countries, right now I would say there are two ways in which countries' economies, in terms of growth and productivity, profit from artificial intelligence. One is that they are building hyperscalers, they're building data centers, they're developing models. They have firms like OpenAI, for example. The other one is that people learn how to use AI and integrate it creatively, efficiently into their work. The first pathway of growth that I mentioned is restricted currently only, I guess, to one country, and that's the United States, maybe China. The second pathway is open for everybody around the world. It has one crucial bottleneck, and that is not the technology, that is having skilled people who know how to integrate AI into their workplace. And this is a tremendous effort for everybody, but it's also a huge chance, particularly for smaller countries, because they don't need the heavy infrastructure. They don't need the hyperscalers. They don't need the data centers. They need skilled people, investment in human capabilities. Should AI be regulated? AI should definitely be regulated. Should AI be regulated on the labor market? I don't think so, because this is a bit like saying when the locomotive came up, like, we don't want this because trains are moving too fast, and what about the horse carriages and all of these other industries? Putting your hands into the wheels of technological progress on the labor market in this hand has always ended up badly, and I think it's futile to try and stop AI in that way. We should definitely regulate AI when it comes to aspects of misinformation, for example. But I think on the labor market, it's much more showing people how to critically and independently work with this technology. And then Julia mentioned the example of Chile and that industries are closing down. Yes, so there is an erosion of work because of AI, but I am a bit skeptical about this. So two aspects that I would like to bring forward here. When entire industries close down or entire firms close down, AI is very frequently used as a scapegoat, as something to call as a reason because other mistakes have been made, structural mistakes have been made, misinvestments have been made in the past. We see big tech companies even saying, like, we have to fire 10,000 of people because of AI. This is also very good advertisement or an easy scapegoat for AI. It is often weak economic structures and strategic mismatch that has, or misinvestment that had led to this. But of course, on the individual level, AI is eroding work, but it's only from our research, or what I tried to show here, eroding work that is very commoditized. And let me try to say something controversial, maybe. Commoditized work was never good work. Even before the advent of AI, commoditized work that could be treated as a simple commodity is never good work. People will have suffered from suppression, from low wages, from low work quality, all before artificial intelligence. And so this is, I know it's not a small task, but we need to get people out of commoditized work, regardless of AI. AI is going to catalyze this process. We need to have people at early stages of the career already have expert knowledge, have responsibility for their work, have agency in their work, and develop them to this kind of non-commoditizable work. And then this makes them also very resilient towards artificial intelligence. And Emmanuel, lastly, on labor market policies, of course, this is a super big topic. I think ultimately everybody has to do something here. Individuals, schools, universities, the government. Probably your question tends to focus more on the government side. So let me be very frank. I think it's hilarious that governments are still investing so little in education. The more this technology is advancing, the more we see that the bottleneck is not going to be so much technology. The smarter AI will become, the more data we'll have, the more AI models we have, the more important whether your country is going to have an edge, where your workers are going to be independent, is how creative and how skilled these individuals are. And if countries are still investing much more in all sorts of things, but not in education, this is not going to happen. Investing much more in education. Some Scandinavian countries have put an education investment target into their constitution. I don't know if every country should do that, but that's the right way to go. This is the utmost priority if we want to have sustainable workers, sustainable societies.
Thank you, Dr. Stefani, for your contributions and your great presentation today. This is a very good starting point for what we're going to be discussing in the next sessions. Por favor, démosle un aplauso al profesor.
Thank you. Muchas gracias.
Y esperamos seguir en contacto. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por su contribución.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ahora vas a seguir.
I will now offer the floor to Andrés Espejo, and he will continue with the first panel of the day. Good morning, all. Very interesting presentation by Dr. Stefani, and we thank him for being here with us virtually. And we will now start with our panel number 5, and it is entitled The Political Mobility in Artificial Intelligence World. As Professor Stefani showed, AI is really changing the generation of value and others, even though these technologies offer opportunities for new labor markets. It also presents relevant challenge for inclusion, quality of labor, and social mobility. So this panel wants to look for different perspectives of the future of work and the political perspective, specifically in our region. Professor Stefani opened the idea of what is happening in terms of change in most of the countries that are under development. In this panel, we will try to bring all these topics to our region, and we virtually have Professor Kirsten Sandbrook. She is Deputy Director for Impact and Engagement of the International Institute of Inequality of London School of Economics, who will be presenting a keynote speaker, and then we have three commentators. We will have Alfredo Munguelos, Technical Secretary of the Training and Labor Activities of Labor Ministry of Paraguay, right by my side. Ms. Maria Ignacia Aybar, head of the Ministry in Chile. And we also want to thank Mr. Fabio Bertranos, virtual presence, who works in the ILO, and I would like to thank him for being here with us as well. Without further ado, I would like to invite Kirsten. So thank you, Kirsten, for being here with us virtually, but for being here and to present here. And you have the floor. Thank you, Andres. Can you hear me? Yes. Please, if you can show your presentation. You will be sharing it, I understand, Kristen.
Yeah. ¿La ven la presentación?
No.
Can you see our presentation? No. We were able to see it and then it disappeared. But we see you very well. I am not sure I can share the screen with you.
Ya, ahora ya no veo a nadie ni a nadie, nada, ni nada.
Pero nosotros vemos tu presentación. Nosotros vemos tu presentación.
We can see your presentation. Yes. Let me see if I can. Okay, yes, I can. Well, thank you for the invitation, Andres and Alberto Arenas. I can see by the room and the chat that this conference is being tremendously successful. And as you're mentioning in this presentation, the idea is to bring all those elements that Dr. Stefani mentioned and bring them down to our region and maybe delve into the political proposals that could be done to deal with artificial intelligence. As we were talking about the context of Latin America, I wanted to highlight a study that we carried out with ICLAC on the quality of employment, which was a question that we heard in the comments of the previous presentation. There's a study that was published with ICLAC, and it measures the quality of employment, specifically a bad employment, meaning precarious employment. I will not be presenting the study and will not go into the methodology, but I did want to show you how we created the indicator and which are the results. As what is important of artificial intelligence is that it is implemented in a labor market that is already quite precarious. This study that was using the databases of ICLAC shows the very first problem of the region. It is very few variables of employment that can be compared within the countries of the region. In this indicator, we chose 3 dimensions. This is a standard methodology that has been used in many different contexts. These 3 dimensions are labor income, stability of employment, and labor conditions. And what we usually do is we populate each of the dimensions with the available variables and thus be able to obtain a full image of that whole dimension. Nonetheless, given the data for Latin America, we were only able to compare 4 variables and were grouped in the following way. The monthly income of workers, those that have a wage but do not have signed a contract, or informal workers. And we also included whether people are contributing to some sort of system, health system, or others, and those that work more than 48 hours a week. And these two are in just one dimension. I will not be talking about the methodology itself, but it's quite specific. It's called Kaya-Foster, and it is summarizing the variables in a specific methodology. And the results of this methodology provides us with the percentage of workers that do not have a good jobs. And before showing you this, I wanted to emphasize this specific perspective as it is very important for the context of artificial intelligence. If I have a labor force and I call it Group A, that out of 5 workers, each one is suffering one of the variables. And we group them differently. We provided them different weights so the example would be easier to read. In the first group, each worker is suffering some sort of problem. If we are counting how many of these issues exist, we obtain a 20%. For group B, we also obtain a 20%, but all of the issues or problems are concentrated in just one worker. So if you think about this from the perspective of public policy, this was designed to inform public policies specifically for the fiscal resources to be focused in the most vulnerable groups. You will realize that worker 4 in Group B that has many different deprivations is the one that is far more precarious in this sample. The methodology designed, it is showing, expressing, and measuring this, which is the tremendous difference that it has with compared to other methodologies. And probably you will not be able to read this, but these are all the different countries in Latin America that we were able to analyze. The first column represents the percentage of workers that are deprived in each country in different surveys throughout certain periods of time in the past 20 years. The second column shows the intensity of the deprivation. What we can see here is that there is a large number of differences of workers in the region from one country to another, but for all countries, even for those have a very low deprivation, the intensity for those that are in a bad quality of employment is because these people are usually stuck in very bad quality employment and have the trend to go from bad employment to non-working to bad work and so on and so forth, and very few opportunities to leave this situation of deprivation. And we can see it very well when we're talking about poverty, but not when we are dealing with labor markets. What these indicators express is a final index, the index of a bad quality of work that is represented by the studies, just to give you an idea, a perspective of the region. As yes, what has been already mentioned, there are certain countries where quality of employment is quite good. For example, Uruguay. Chile is not doing as bad in the context of the region and so on. But there are countries that really have important problems in terms of quality of employment.
So other things that are important in this context is that the pandemic triggered an increase in the bad quality of employment. And
También me gustaría destacar en el contexto de la inteligencia artificial.
there's something else I'd like to stress in the context of artificial intelligence. Low quality employment does not contribute to social systems. It contributes less taxes, which is clear, fewer taxes, and it also requires more support from the state and public policies, and it does not contribute to the health systems. So when they need health care or some sort of subsidy, the state has to offer the resources. The children tend to have worse educational results. And the families of these workers need more transfers from the state. So there's a double cost here, and that's not mentioned when we talk about social and labor policies in the region. So these graphs by country also show how much each dimension is contributing to the end result. I'm not going to discuss the methodology in detail. I just wanted to show you the light part of the bars. That is what represents informality and stability. And the end result has to do with the weight that is being allocated. Stability of employment is as important as income itself and other conditions that contribute to people being more deprived, and that cluster of deprivations make it difficult for people to obtain a better job. The last piece of bad news here is that a large percentage of formal work that we see here in the bars in pink, a high percentage of formal work is also bad quality. They're formal, but have a high turnover, short term, and people go in and out of the labor market, in and out, and they rotate between lower quality employment, etc. So that is even more prevalent in more developed countries in the region. In other countries, informality is what most contributes to this. The important thing is that we need to let go of this idea that formal employment is good and informal employment is bad, because the blue bars here in the different countries show that in the informal sector, there are also some jobs that are. So that is what I have to say as a base for a foundation for discussion, and so that you have an idea of how we measure an example of employment in the region. And why does this matter during times of artificial intelligence? Well, I agree with Professor Stefani because the impact of artificial intelligence is uncertain. Artificial intelligence is quickly developing, and what we're doing is a little slower. But even if it has had zero impact on employment, this AI in Latin America, labor markets already have a problem. So adding to that, AI is kind of like raining on wet ground. We have more problems than we had before. So ECLEC has carried out 2 studies, well, several, in fact, but a couple on AI that I'd like to stress. And there's another from a colleague that's from LSE. And I wanted to stress these studies because they kind of tell us what's going on in the region. Artificial intelligence and its impact on the labor market is different in Latin America compared to countries that are developed and don't have these large informal sectors. Now, this study can't really use administrative data, and a problem that we have when a document is published, it means that the information is already outdated because we take a while to do it, and artificial intelligence develops quickly. So what do we expect with these studies in Latin America and in the different countries? I have this idea of raining on wet ground. I'd like to go back to that because bearing in mind this graph I showed you that the formal sector is precarious enough already, and there's many countries in the region and that have informality. The problem we have with AI is that its impact in the first place is displacing workers, and especially in some economic sectors, especially young adults. And this displacement is focused on formal employment. So, inequality in the region can worsen and will impact the groups that already are being impacted. So this idea that artificial intelligence could worsen existing inequalities is something that we need to take into account when we're talking about public policies. And the other thing is that we're still not seeing the positive impacts in productivity. So since this is uncertain, we see the first signs of risks and what could happen, especially in advanced countries. If we were to extrapolate in Latin America, the risks are high, but it is difficult to quantify the effect. And since we're talking about good and bad quality employment, another thing I wanted to mention is that what really matters here is not just that artificial intelligence is going to displace these workers, but that there's going to be an impact on quality of employment. We are seeing artificial intelligence applied with different effects. For example, the intensification of work, because there is an algorithmic control of work and it brings about greater intensity. We see a loss of autonomy of workers because for workers, there is a huge impact on their mental health. There is a sense of insecurity, of uncertainty, of losing their job. There is less loyalty by the employer, and there's a loss of productivity and the loss of this collective voice, the algorithm that controls work. And it is about distancing themselves from others. Now, something I wanted to stress and that we need to take into account is that we have been investing in human development for a long time. But in the case of the labor markets, we have trusted that the markets would solve these problems, and it's going to solve everything in time, and through these mechanisms, it would solve the problems of the labor market. In Latin America, well, we can see that it hasn't really been the case, especially in countries that have grown more.
Mejora, pero en otros no tanto. Entonces
In some cases, it improves things, in others, it doesn't.
tema de la inteligencia artificial advierten y acá cito
All these companies that invest in AI warn, even Christopher Pissarides, who is a Nobel Prize winner and finished a study on artificial intelligence in the labor market in Great Britain. He says in his introduction that AI requires a reorientation of policies and of the role of governments in the labor market, and they need to invest in human capacity, not human capital, and they need to invest in human capacity.
¿Cuáles son los
And the main question is, what are these policies for employment and social inclusion? So we could think in the context of the region that one of the fundamental things about artificial intelligence is that it's not going to wait. It's developing quickly while we think about it. Just thinking about it, talking about it, political conversations, the Congress, that takes very long. It takes more time than artificial intelligence takes to develop. And of course, the option is slower. But what I'm saying is that this is something that we need to work on, the labor market in the future and where we see ourselves 10 years ahead. And it's very difficult to calculate because AI's impact is still very uncertain. The first thing I'd like to stress is that the current administrative data infrastructure in the region is absolutely insufficient to monitor the impact of AI. Chile is a country that is based on administrative databases and is one of the most advanced countries in the world in terms of administrative data infrastructure, but other countries in the region find themselves at different levels of progress. And it's important with monitoring of artificial intelligence. It's important to have not only data, but to obtain data in an ongoing fashion, consistently every month, etc., in order to see trends, to understand what's happening, and to link it not only with work, but also education, social protection services, in order to monitor the situation. So that is of the essence. That is what we need to build on, because today with the surveys, even if surveys offer good samples, it's very difficult to work with them in real time.
dos caras de la misma moneda y no por separado?
And these are two sides of a coin.
Problemas de los
And
mercados.
we trust that the market, well, it's going to solve the labor market situation. We need to rethink it and to think about social policies in education, and social policies can work to increase the capacity and skills of workers to make it work with AI. Another indicator that I showed you has to do with the intensity of deprivation, is that when a worker
Más apoyo.
has more disadvantages, they need more support than workers who have maybe only one problem with their work. So we do this in terms of social policies. If someone is more disadvantaged, we tend to give them more resources, and we take that mechanism into account. But in the labor market, we're not taking it into account. There are more structural things that we need to think about. The fourth thing is strengthening and institutionalizing tripartite social dialogue so that we can implement it much better. Any policy or training that may arise to face AI. And we refer to this not only with the strengthening of unions as they are, but also looking at early social dialogue mechanisms that are institutionalized.
In which representatives of the unions, in the trade unions and companies where dialogue can be established about implementing training on how AI is going to be used, that is key, not only so that the business is more productive, but AI adoption itself is done in gradual way that doesn't necessarily harm the workers. Now, along the logic of structural policymaking, we need to think outside the box a little bit in terms of doing what we've done so far is labor market active policies, specific training program for the youth, a program in order to involve women in the labor market. Those labor policy programs that we are used to developing, and we also do those with limited resources compared to more developed countries. Those policies should become structural policies. For example, something that is everywhere now, and it was also highlighted by Professor Stefani, is the issue that youngsters, those who are not widely experienced, are the easiest to replace by AI. So why not implement a learning institutional arrangement for all occupations? This idea of learning is something that has been applied to technical jobs or more manual trades or jobs. But in reality, everybody who graduates, even from universities, who can be very well trained, but they do not have practical expertise on the job. So building a structure in which during the first 3 years, employers commit to training, maybe in exchange for a type of special contract. Well, learning contracts involve lower wages. Those are the things that would need to be ironed out. But one needs to understand the mechanisms for the youth to become part of the labor markets. And in turn, which is the first thing that you think of that, is not the same because, for example, a subsidy is just money that subsidizes hiring someone young. But here you need to think about hiring and the training of that population so that they actually get good quality jobs from the very beginning and with a long-term perspective. That is very different from a specific program of a subsidy for an applicant that is young, very much focused on the most vulnerable. That is not bad, but artificial intelligence will actually affect the entire social spectrum. That is why what we are proposing is to think of this in a much more institutional way across the board. Same thing with the instruments we have in order to foster training. Chile, we have a tax incentives. So those incentives today in Chile, maybe one should wonder, how are we going to focus this on training in order to work for people to work with AI, and how are we going to use it to foster those skills? Well, there are many countries in the region that still do not have unemployment insurance yet. I don't know if that's the best mechanism to respond quickly, because that's builds on in time. But my suggestion would be maybe to actually create unemployment insurance, such as in South Korea, where you have unemployment insurance training mechanisms are attached to those, and also advisory for companies, so that hopefully workers do not lose their jobs, but they are converted or retrained or reskilled. And I believe it's an example that would be very useful in Latin America. That would be much more useful for Latin America compared to the unemployment insurance models from Europe. And for those who discuss about the ministries, and Fabio from ILO, I have a few questions for you. Because what's key in this context is to think how we can do this. How are we going to improve the data that we have about labor market to be able to monitor the situation? How can we measure the impact of artificial intelligence, not only in the number of jobs, but also in the quality? In Latin America, there's no tool that measures the quality of jobs fully, such as in Europe, where there is a labor condition survey that is applied in all countries. That is a tool that is missing in the region, but it needs to be connected to administrative records. An important question is, how are we going to formalize the informal sector? I believe you can work with incentives, but also VAT payment obligations by basically using automated transactions, using AI. this is something that you can implement even using artificial intelligence. Well, because if you lose jobs in the formal sector, um, that endangers the sustainability of social systems and fiscal revenue. So, on the one hand, tax revenue, you need to try to cause AI to, in the best way possible, here we call it pro worker AI, but one must make sure that the systems we have can be expanded to support the ongoing transitions and also to ensure that sustainability of social systems are guaranteed. Well, same thing to ensure the fact that the youth can join the labor markets, and in that case, they're thinking of the learning systems that could be considered. And last, how can you um, promote or incentivize employers to create good, stable jobs with training included? Because it's been many decades going in this region that labor markets are rigid. That's what we hear, that there is too much regulation, that one needs to make labor markets more flexible, and we end up with formal sectors, but that are very precarious at the same way. So we need to change the way we think, and we need to think of the long term. How can we make those employers to create good jobs that do not expose workers to risk? If you think of two examples of companies that could be from the same industry, one company hires workers in good conditions and the other doesn't. Both companies pay the same tax rates, but one company creates much more cost for the state than the other. And we are charging the same contribution to both for those workers. So I'm going to leave these questions there. So hopefully during the comments section, one can consider that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Kirsten.
Thank you, Kirsten, for your great presentation. There are several challenges in what you presented for our country in terms of employment. It's not the future of employment, but it's what we are living now. Quality of jobs, and the poor quality of jobs, training, labor inclusion in context of accelerated transformation. We have more than 250 people that are joining us online, and we have a full house. And now we're going to go into a comment segment from our panelists. You, Kirsten, already left some questions for them, and we also have some questions for them to guide this conversation. We have Alfredo Mongelos. He's a technical secretary of the National System of Labor Education and Training, the Ministry of Labor of Paraguay. Alfredo, based on your experience in what the ministry is doing in terms of training, professional training, how can you adapt or take professional training systems so workers that develop the skills that the labor market will demand, a labor market that is more and more influenced by AI? Alfredo. Thank you, Andres, Alberto, also for the invitation to ECLAC. This very important space and so much more, because being able to exchange ideas about something that will not go back and that has to be discussed not only in our countries but in our region. And to start, I'd like to mention what Professor Stefani mentioned at the beginning of his presentation, saying each revolution needs human skills, not only technology. And that is where we say that AI and digitization reconfigure tasks and occupational profiles. They increase the demand for digital skills across the board, critical judgment, complex problem resolution, and socio-emotional skills. And at the same time, they change administrative and technical jobs. The first idea is that AI and digital transformation should not be understood as only a technological change, but as very profound changes in the labor market, in the productive processes, in the skills that people need to remain, to obtain it, to remain in a job, in which creativity is a differentiating value. And there are a few ideas that I'd like to resort to speak about the importance of the training processes involved, in which I believe not only this is happening in Paraguay, but I believe in most of the countries in the region, which today training processes had to radically change. In Paraguay, for example, we have a predominantly young population. More than 65 of our population is in a working age. Many of them are younger than 29 years of age, in which you see a significant turnover in the labor markets. They prioritize their quality of life. Of course, they do not want to hold high degrees of responsibility. They rather be freelancers, as also Dr. Stefani mentioned, and even in also trying to understand how professional training systems must be much more dynamic and flexible in time. You see also that populations in our countries acquire knowledge empirically or on the job and based on the experience, where there are significant gaps in that Dr. Kirsten mentioned, saying that those people who attend college or university or take the path of education do not necessarily acquire labor experience immediately, and uh, they lose their first productive phase, and when they get out to the labor market, that they cannot adapt easily to the market. Juliana mentioned that because that lag in that process makes them not eligible for certain jobs, and um, com- companies that decide to have their own training centers or professional training centers, and they precisely uh, uh, cause those that are looking for a job for the first time to get not only an university degree, because we as economists, we know that that becomes a labor restriction because the wages need to be much higher, and so they actually accept younger people that they can actually mold or adapt according to the institutional image. And that is where I'd like to touch on something that our colleague mentioned here, which is what is the fundamental product of a professional training system is the individual at the center of public policy. In Paraguay, 3 years ago, when President Santiago Peña took over, he's an economist by training, he spoke about the challenge of not only talking about history, but also having research and documentation that will allow us to show a path in terms of what's coming, or at the beginning of a next stage in which ICLAC became a strategic ally to talk about foresight, the committees of the future. In our Congress in Paraguay, we see the discussions about all these types of implementations, which people are very afraid. And when we hear about how people are displaced from jobs, about what happens is a new reconfiguration of jobs in which skills need to be absolutely different, in which people need to understand, and the youth, they need to also understand and have access to information, which is what will give them a chance of a dignified job, or also having an opportunity to get a better salary for an improved quality of life. Now, we heard about the long training processes in which the individuals have a lack of attention or high turnover. One needs to discuss micro credentials. AI becomes also a very interesting value in terms of having access to databases, for example, or information or search engines, or connect them with employment related job offerings. And we need to work on that. And we're working with the support of the European Union in having a design, including AI, but always supported by people and by experts that can actually verify after that.
Despite the fact that AI can provide you with training programs and can also develop curricular modules at the end of the day, that has to be verified by a person, by an expert. And therefore, the person can never be displaced by a machine, because at the end of the day, we have to develop that engine and recheck it. Again, an approach also involves talking about a system of training without the participation of the entrepreneurial sector. Again, that doesn't make sense. And likewise, in SINAFOCAL, which is a national training system, we have a tripartite working group where social dialogue is constant, and that is well known by Fabio Vetrano. The ILO is a strategic ally that is very useful for us, and where this training becomes an extraordinary tool in this process for the development of AI, so that one can have the skills and the necessary knowledge and distribute that per professional families, have sectorial working groups, constant dialogues, so that can be so that what we can have dynamic updating processes, and also to talk about lifelong learning, because in economic theory, one says that we can invest in technology, or we can invest in land or infrastructure. All that is limited, but it interfering with getting involved with human capital. That is what will guarantee long-term social development. That will also guarantee a better quality of life for all families. Likewise, equality and inclusion. And there we began to analyze not only employment data or data related to the quality of employment. There we find that development or the social inclusion of women must be strengthened. The people that come from rural families and that have to try to find employment in different regional areas becomes a major challenge for all our countries. But we cannot only talk about that at all if we do not invest on people who are the visible faces of all professional training. And we refer here to the trainers of trainers, the people that will go out and teach that. And when in universities, people today act as lecturers, they automatically view how a young person is concentrating on his laptop or computer about what one is talking about. And then if we're not prepared then for that new dynamics, we also become obsolete. And even more so when today, without realizing it, when we're in a cell phone, we're talking to a person. And we can see in Instagram and Facebook where people begin to share different types of information related either to restaurants or places that one can visit. Well, one realizes that our AI is has not only been developed in the future of work, but in everything related to a development ecosystem that we must promote. And for that purpose, we cannot be afraid of that. And so this helps us to work in a much more coordinated fashion, and that we not only work as silos, and so that we do not have to reinvent the wheel in each one of our countries, but rather to find experiences in all countries that have made progress, and so that can become a space for dialogue, for the exchange of knowledge, because that will make each one of our countries capable of facing up to this major challenge in a far more positive manner. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alfredo.
Thank you, Alfredo, and also thank you for being on time. Well, now I would like to invite Maria Ignacia Aguilar, who is an advisor of the Ministry of Labor of Chile, and we would also like to convey our greetings to the minister. Let's see, we have a guiding question for this panel. What should be the role for the state to accompany this technological transformation, promoting innovation and productivity, and at the same time safeguarding inclusion and opportunities for workers? I would like to begin by sincerely thanking the invitation made by ACLAC to participate in the 6th regional seminar on social development in Latin America and the Caribbean for the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. It's an honor to again meet many of the participants in order to hold a debate that we believe is critical about the link between inequality and social mobility in the era of artificial intelligence. Responding to the question asked by Andres, I want to be very categorical. AI does not pose an abstract challenge for our labor institutions. It poses two very concrete challenges, and each one responds to a profound public policy issue in our ministry, where both challenges share a common principle, which is to place the rights of people and of workers at the very center. First of all, we face a challenge of the lack of symmetry of power and of information, and this has been spoken about at length by our colleagues. AI today enables us to monitor, evaluate, and manage workers in an algorithmic manner, in a unique manner, and people don't know what decisions are being taken about them. Our entities, collective bargaining, labor courts, and so on, were designed for an analogical world, and yet today they face digital solutions that are not audited. Now, what is our response to this policy, to this challenge? Well, the establishment of a rigorous governance of data and of algorithms in the world of labor to advance in the demand for transparency and about the automated decisions that impact workers, and human supervision as a guiding principles aligned with the national guideline related to the protection of data and the responsible use of AI. Under that same assumption, we design our public tools. So we operate under the rule that the technological processing but the institutional and human governance is the one that makes decisions. And likewise, we wish to strengthen social dialogue during this transition, in the sense that workers and their organizations be part of the design of how these technologies are adopted and implemented. In Chile, this already has a basis. in ENABEL, which is a national survey on the labor demand, incorporates the voice of trade unions. A system to certify competencies in Chile evaluates, and other entities are also tripartite by law. And as from this year, we're strengthening the work of regional training committees that make decisions on local and regional budgets for employment training, and that are also tripartite and participative, and that today are at the very heart of a new management system for employability adopted by the Ministry of Labor. Secondly, we also find ourselves with the major challenge of the unequal skills. The ILO and the World Bank warns us that 27% of employment in Chile, equivalent to 3.19 million people, which for us is a very important percentage, is exposed to AI. We're not talking of massive employment, but of a profound transformation. But the real risk is that the transition be profoundly unequal. That is the risk. Very positive for those, or orderly for those that have resources, but chaotic for those that don't have resources, impacting the women working in the formal sector, such as in administration and finance. And on top of that comes a critical factor, that the reaction time that we may have when there is scarcity and there is of a skill in the market. It's already late and therefore the design of new skills becomes a costly and long-winded process, impacting the competitiveness of the country and the trajectory of people. If we want to provide greater opportunities to workers during the era of present transformations, doing the same is no longer an option. A regional discussion about AI and labor is based on net optimism and the fear of substitution. Chile suggests that we overcome that with a public data infrastructure, and that is why, and this is something that we haven't yet disseminated, because we have been working that since the 11th of March when the new administration came into office. But we are officially working on a new taxonomy of skills and occupations for Chile, led by the Ministry of Labor, built with AI, but governed by people, by our institutions, and established as an open public good that will enable us to move from aggregated diagnosis to policies. to determine which policies gain or lose value in which territory for what workers, and to connect that signal with training, labor intermediation, and social protection, and breaking down occupations at the most detailed level with skills and tasks. The state can provide a timely response when it comes to training for employment and reconversion through a dynamic matrix of correspondence. The taxonomy will enable us to measure with much more mathematical accuracy three aspects that are critical. First of all, transparency. Secondly, centrality. And thirdly, its dynamic nature. What workers already have and what reconversion possibilities workers have to other sectors with greater employability. Taxonomy is neutral in terms of sectors because it enables us a far better level of transfers. Secondly, we need to understand the occupation and dynamism in order to methodologically plan which skills are gaining or losing value, but in real time, so that we don't fall behind. Now, with this data infrastructure, the state and the main stakeholders of the world, and not only of the world of labor, but also educational, will no longer provide any type of skill, but rather will provide each worker that is exposed to transition an exact pathway to labor reconversion, stating which gaps have to be bridged so that they can move on to a skill with a more positive future, and that's guaranteeing an orderly transition and with a gender focus that requires accuracy. Without this taxonomy, training and labor reconversion policies are no longer adequate. We know that there is a risk, but today we don't have a compass, so to speak, to guide people adequately. And to bring together demand and training, we democratize market information, and we ensure that technological adoption is translated into real inclusion, social mobility, and an effective safeguard of the rights of workers. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María Ignacia.
Thank you, Maria Ignacia. Now, in view of time, and so that we can allow for a Q&A session afterwards, we'll offer the floor to Fabio Betrano, who is presently Deputy Director of the ILO Office for Latin America and the Caribbean. Fabio, you have the floor. Thank you for being present here with us. And we have a general question for you, which is what are the main priorities that should be tackled by Latin American and Caribbean countries so that AI contributes to the generation of more and better labor opportunities and not to deepen existing inequalities? Fabio, thank you very much for being with us here today, and you have the floor. Can you hear me? No, we can't hear you very well. Let's see, I'll try and speak a little louder. I would like to thank ECLAC, and especially you, Andres, and all the other colleagues for inviting me to this new regional seminar focusing on digitalization and AI, which is an issue that is indeed at the center of discussions of the Ministry of Labor. And we greet you on behalf of our minister and thank you for your questions. And of course, we would like to greet Alfredo, Maria Ignacia for their presentations. And we would also like to convey the ILO greetings to the work that is being done in Paraguay and the different work-related training entities. And likewise, the Ministry of Labor of Chile, taking into consideration what Maria Ignacia said about the need that institutions have to incorporate all these challenges that the world of labor faces vis-a-vis the changes imposed by digitalization and technology. I believe that for the two presentations, for the previous one and for bearing in mind the two previous presentations, they touched upon most of the issues that are also of concern to the ILO. And here I would like to invite you so that you can look at the recent publication by the director of the ILO that was launched 2 weeks ago. And this document is entitled A Decisive Moment. The idea is to benefit from AI to achieve decent work. We are working, we are thinking about what is happening in the world of labor vis-a-vis artificial intelligence.
You can find the document in internet, but there is a review of those topics that go from which are the jobs that have been more impacted, but fundamentally focus on those transformations that are occurring in those current activities, especially the most marginal activities, the ones that are disappearing because of the use of AI, but also to place tremendous emphasis in everything related to distribution of tasks, meaning that these are organizational changes, especially in enterprises where we have detected through the unions and the employers' organizations the concern on how to deal with this transformation and also the internal transformation of labor organization. And here we would like to highlight that many of these organizations, entrepreneurial organizations, and together with the unions are also working very actively in Chile, SOFOFA, in Paraguay, the Industrial. They already have these specific labor committees that are analyzing how to analyze or with their members and does not only deal with the tools but also take advantage of artificial intelligence and with a more effective adoption, which is the main concern in this topic. And of course, we see a tremendous emphasis on how this impacts on what was mentioned by Ignacia, and this is the quality of employment, as this mechanism means changes in the labor load, meaning that there will be a reduction in this load burden, in this labor load, but there are many other repetitive activities on a daily basis that will be different. But this opens an opportunity that the labor times will be reallocated to different functions or activities, meaning that there will be consequences or possible consequences in the psychosocial health of workers as well as the performance of the work within companies. We already heard about surveillance and algorithmic elements. Many countries have been able to progress into special regulations and the different elements of this regulation. I will also be mentioning the other news that we have within ILO. And not long ago, a couple of days ago, we have a new agreement 193 of the ILO, that establishes a regulatory response from this tripartite activity, where this not only comes from the technical activity of the Secretariat, but fundamentally the distribution of the participants. The new agreement establishes decent work in digital platforms and the economy of the platforms, and it is an agreement that is being discussed for a while already, where there are many different discussions, and the good news is that we have reached consensus, and this is the agreement that is looking for an application activity. And it means that this will have a more universal application for the different sectors compared to the formal economy as well as the informal economy. Also, the idea is to promote fundamental rights for this new category of workers that is mediated in the platforms. A very important topic is the algorithmic transparency. This is a transference to international standards, countries, once ratifying the agreement and adopting their regulation, of course, there's a certain flexibility margin so the countries can adopt this gradually, if you wish, of a certain regulation of this algorithmic transparency. And the idea is that there will be concern to access of dimensions of quality of labor, such as social protection. So the idea is how to categorize these workers, either autonomous or others, that will have access to social protection, notwithstanding how they are being categorized. So this is an invitation for you to read the document as it goes through all the different topics. I would like to also mention that the different participants in these areas are discussing the topics very deeply. And I would like also to comment on what was being mentioned in different words by Kristen. There was an expression she used about having problems with, and even though in our region we have these traps of low productivity and low growth, in which ICLAC has been working together with a context, the current context of the slowdown due to different factors of the growth of our region, even compared to world productivity, with a certain informality that it is reaching 1 or 2 workers. So this cycle that is not very virtuous, and we have these very small economic units that are not able to scale up in their productivity levels, or a lack of investment, or other issues that is later on translated in lower economic mechanisms or possibilities of restoration. And it allows it to continue creating this inequality, and of course the many other different types of inequality. So it is in this context that there's a risk of an unequal distribution of artificial intelligence, in the sense that at entrepreneurial level first, but also at workers' levels. Here we have a call to everything related to the training for work activities, and thinking which are the digital skills or others that are needed in AI. But it is rather what we're listening today. It is not the same today what we will be needing in 4, 5, or 10 more years. I do remember that 10 years ago in Santiago, Chile, when talking about digital access, I don't remember the name properly, but we were hearing that there were at least a need for 10,000 programmers to establish a basis of human resources for the industry of knowledge. And we know today that there is certain type of programming that has already been taken over by the AI tools. So all this distribution or thoughts that we had a number of years ago need to be adapted today. So the adaptation that the 2 presentations mentioned earlier on how this divide will be evolving, we have to understand that there is a certain element that is responding to the first one, but also to deal with the challenge of having precise data that allow us to assess not only the impact, but also to be perspective in this vision, to have, as in the case of Chile, a favorable perspective, and the inclusion of a chapter that will be dealing with the impact of artificial intelligence and how the different stakeholders will be involved. We also want to highlight the paradox of AI and productivity. That this is similar to Solo's paradox, that by the ending of the 80s, we were seeing that the growth indicators were not expressed. So it seems, and there's a discussion there where many academicians are seeing artificial intelligence everywhere, but we do not see it reflected at aggregate level. But we do have evidence at microeconomic level that there are positive effects. Therefore, the transmission channel at aggregate level and the time needed for this to see it reflected in reality opens the question on how to monitor the activities and to see the impacts that will be occurring. And it is how we're trying to update the measurements and to incorporate different methods to assess all this. And the second question presented by Kirsten is related to the fiscal decrease of the regulation of many different employments or platforms. And we also talked about this in the past seminar at ECLAC, where if we see the new employments in simplified regimes, for example, the contributions are lower and they are related to other fiscal responsibilities. And we have to see how regulation is easing the application and this formal activity becomes a main concern. And allow me to finish by expressing that a fundamental aspect, as well as the ILO's or General Director's report, is the importance of the social dialogue as a condition and a catalyzer to analyze these processes as a transition, a digital transition. Therefore, we have to renew the commitment of strengthening the representatives of the different workers, and they have to be active participants and bring in their experience in terms of implementation. And that the regulation that is being adopted becomes a regulation that can be helping in the sustainability of companies and thus quality of work and the work itself. Andres, this is all for today, and maybe there is some time for additional comments. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Fabio.
Thank you, Fabio. Thank you for your comments. And we have heard different perspectives, starting from Kirsten's presentations, showing us that many of these elements are complementary to the need of training people in professional training, as this has been a key element to adapt it to the different information, to have agreements that on one hand will provide a regulatory response, especially in the economy of platforms, as Fabio mentioned. And this is related to what our executive secretary mentions, which is the three traps. We have had issues in terms of growth at economic level, but also in generating employment. We have seen that employment generation has been very slow in our region, but in terms of productivity and inequality has not been reduced. I believe then that we are seeing a scenario where there is a tremendous uncertainty generating more challenges that not necessarily will be affecting us, but we have to act and try to react to AI in the labor market. We have something like 10 or 15 minutes for questions. So I would like to open the floor to anybody that would like to ask questions. Please raise your hand and please introduce yourself and mention who you will be asking, whether Kirsten, Fabio, Alfredo, Maria Ignacia, or it will be a general comment. Thank you very much.
¿Quién me ayuda? Nicole, ¿me puedes ayudar, por favor?
Can you help me, Nicole? Here in the room, we have a first question.
Gracias. Una inquietud.
Thank you. in these ideas that were presented this morning regarding AI and quality of employment, I'd like to know what country this is going to be applied to, a primary exporting country or a more industrialized country? What is the importance of considering the situation of countries in Latin America? Thank you. Another question? Go ahead. We're going to bring the 2 or 3 together. Good morning, Maria Lee Vasquez from the Dominican Republic. I was thinking about the response time that Alfredo mentioned, and bearing in mind that sometimes to develop professional profiles in this national framework for qualifications, you take around a year and another year updating the study plans or curricula before university, and then another year for a cohort to graduate. And then we have 5 years. So how can we quickly respond to the needs, especially with technology, with artificial intelligence? You briefly mentioned dual training, dialogue groups, but the curricular offer, how can we be more agile in that response? Thank you. Good question. Pablo.
Hola, buenas.
Hello, Pablo Herrera, consultant here at ECLAC. This is very much in line with what they were just asking about technical professional training or vocational training. Do you need to focus more on skills rather than technical and professional knowledge? Or, we need to bear in mind this transition matrix that Maria Ignacia mentioned. Last one? Okay. So 1 or 2 minutes each, just to supplement. Alfredo, maybe you have more questions, but we'll begin with Alfredo, then Maria Ignacia, and then Kirsten and Fabio can also do a recap. First of all, I'd like to begin by talking about what they mentioned, the new skills. The Minister of Labor in Paraguay, Monica Recalde, we had carried out a survey on labor market trends in Paraguay of the 2 more important regions, Asunción and the Central Department, which include over 60% of the economic operational units. And we see everything that the speakers mentioned reflected there, the development of soft skills. How can we make it more dynamic? How can youth take advantage of it in a more concrete manner by using technological platforms, using artificial intelligence, and carrying out different kinds of consultations, establishing search engines that can help us have more adequate responses based on a social dialogue with the corporate world, which is very important in Paraguay, but also listening to the voices of workers, the unions, because we can carry out that match. That match could be done in a more dynamic manner, looking at how the world is advancing. Our colleague also mentioned there are formative processes, but this delay in time that we have in terms of incorporating professional profiles, having training modules or curricula, it takes a long time. And this is where we are working on a pilot program, optimizing search engines, having IA, and also via the ILO, where we are this interforum where we have 60 training opportunities to offer this. We have the case of the Dominican Republic. We work very closely with them, with Infotep as well, to learn which formative process is actually working, exchanging experiences to use these databases so that we don't steer too far away from what the labor market needs. If you start to analyze this, our colleague that spoke first mentioned this concern that each country has its specificity or its concerns, whatever the industry is, but it's always down to people. And there's agreement that youth need to further develop their soft skills more than simply having a degree that reflects knowledge. So this implementation of technology based on information can help us develop more speedy and effective training programs that allow us to formalize through sectorial groups, conferences, or a public hearing that would let us validate this. Because in the end, many of the other things are not useful for national production because just because maybe we're producing what we feel is important, but that's not necessarily true. Thank you, Alfredo. Maria Ignacia, you have the floor. Thank you. Just to answer a few questions. Our country and our ministry is focusing on public policies. Any public policy thinking about structural employment must be evidence-based. And the evidence we have today, both administrative, is not enough. It's not sufficient. It requires more granularity, and that is why we're working on the taxonomy. The problem is that we have a deep conviction that this is the first step and it's not the most complex. In fact, we will have the taxonomy and then we will begin to see greater issues because the structural change that needs to be made by all our institutions to answer to this new reality and to the demand that we're going to see is huge. What about the education world? Well, in this group, Taxonomy for Chile, we have 3 educational institutions. We have the curriculum division with all its team, the education secretariat, and the undersecretary of higher education. So it is a taxonomy for employment, for labor, but it has a vision of the labor world because if we don't know what they need, it's not enough. And we know that technical skills are not the answer. That is where things need to change. Our structures, our institutions need to change. If we want to achieve a different effect, we're going to have to change the way in which we do things. So just to add to this briefly, the skills for workers, the technological borders that we have in our continent, in Latin America and the Caribbean, are constantly interacting. And in Chile, we wish to say that we're going to share our methodology. We are going to share whatever challenges we face so that we can achieve this at a regional level. It is urgent. So we'd like to invite you to be part of it and to share your challenges with us. I feel that is the way to truly move forward. Thank you, Maria Ignacia. Alfredo asked for the floor for a second. Just one thing, which is an answer to your question. We are finishing an app that uses artificial intelligence because we realized that the automated programs don't work in our country. We need a tutor, we need a person to be present. And through artificial intelligence, tutors show, well, present a photography and show, well, they record the voice, and through this, you include all the ideas that help you gain time, but it also offers you the presence of a person that is behind it all. And that generates resource economy and more agility to correct errors in case, if you make a recording on YouTube or whatever, that if it's not correct, that has a very high cost. So the use of AI for soft skills is extremely useful. Thank you. Thank you, Alfredo. Fabio, if you would like to round up and answer some of these questions, and we'll finish with Kirsten. I think my camera is gone, but I can hear. I would just like to stress something that I left out and that responds to these concerns has to do with an approach on inequality. Artificial intelligence gives us opportunities. It opens up opportunities even to formalize what we were talking about.
Digitales informales.
Informal digital employment, but there's an opportunity to improve these policies by means of different tools. And the question is, how much does it improve, especially for the lower socioeconomic sectors that don't have experience? How does it improve things for them? I believe Professor Stephanie also mentioned it. We need to look at this from the perspective of what we can do so that this leveling up becomes an opportunity for young workers joining the workforce, so that it doesn't worsen inequality at the onset. And there are spaces and opportunities for collective bargaining. And we also see an interest to continue to promote collective bargaining. And in this case, it doesn't become an obstacle to extending the use of AI. It is an opportunity for faster adoption even. So the ILO and other stakeholders also are thinking about how to take advantage of these spaces for dialogue so that they can truly guarantee that these artificial intelligence tools can better serve the sustainability of companies. Thank you, Andres. Thank you, Fabio. And finally, Kirsten, thank you for your presentation. You have a few minutes to round up and answer questions. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the commentators' interventions. They were all very good. I wanted to begin with the first question on how this is going to impact the countries with different levels of development and different sectorial compositions. I feel this is a key question, and it also goes back to data and the classifications that were mentioned in the case of Chile. We know that artificial intelligence is applied differently in different sectors, but the studies we have today disaggregate data at still at a very high level. So mining is a sector in Chile that is extremely important, but a few people are working in mining because it has been automated. But we need to distinguish in mining, there are different tasks in mining. So we need to disaggregate the different jobs and at a more disaggregated level, and then take a look at the impact of artificial intelligence. That can only be done with administrative data. And the other thing here,
This depends a lot on, we talk about the risks of AI, and sometimes we forget about the opportunities it holds. If you think of platform-based digital economies, have provided opportunities to many specifically people who have migrated to other countries because it was the easiest way of becoming part of the labor markets. Most of the opportunities are created by the access that people have, workers have to digital infrastructure. And if that access is the same or differentiated when you compare rural or urban areas, something important to deal with the impact of AI on the one hand, but also on the other to take advantage of the opportunities that this might represent is about investing on that infrastructure. Now, about training, I think this what's key is labor or working experience that can be made part of university programs. The idea of turning all entry level jobs for these traditionally learning is dual, where when you work, but at the same time you study, and there's no reason why this could not be expanded to university programs so that people do not join the labor market without any practical experience. Because I believe everything that those of us who have provided a job to a young person is important to consider how difficult it is to train people on the job. So the earlier you can do that, the better. And that, of course, will develop the soft skills that employers need. And what's obvious as well is that you need to train workers on AI, making it part of the curriculum. However, to develop the curricula in such a way that people are trained regarding real knowledge, is easy to allocate or assign the tasks to students, things that they can do with AI and they do not think for themselves. If they do not have AI and they just rely on it and they don't realize that the information that AI provides sometimes is not reliable. Those basic skills that we have always taught, I believe, are still important. And one must consider mechanisms in professional training and university programs that preserve those. Otherwise, we would be using artificial intelligence without the ability to distinguish whether the results that we get are reliable or not. Thank you, Anders. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you, Fabio, Alfredo, and Maria Ignacia for your comments. And now we're going to take a coffee break. We'll be back at 12, but first I'd like to invite you. We're going to have a panel 6, which is called School Work Transition and Social Mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean. We'll listen to Mariana Wepe. She will present School Work Transition in the Digital Age, the role of technical, vocational education, and training for social mobility. Thank you, panelists and the audience.
Los dejo invitados a responder la encuesta tanto en sala como en la web. Muchas gracias. si estuviera.
Viceministra,
Vice Minister Ansel, can you hear me?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. We will start with our panel 6. It's named The Transition from School to Work and Social Mobility in Latin America and the Caribbean in the Digital Age. This panel is within a work line that the Social Development Department in ECLAC has been carrying out in the transition for work and technical professional training together with Ayuda en Acción organization. The results presented today are fruit of this joint activity that is continuing with Inclusive Society project implemented through the Strategic Alliance of ECLAC, GIZ, and the initiative Inclusive Society. The question that is establishing this panel is how to make use of the opportunities that talks about digital transformation for transitions from school to work, becomes more inclusive and operates as an effective mechanism of social mobility, which is the strategic role that technical professional training is playing here and the social mobility. We have a presentation for this from my colleague Mariana Webb, the Social Affairs Officer from ECLAC, and after with a panel of 4 important presentations that bring perspectives from governments, academia, and civil society. Vice Minister of Technical and Pedagogical Affairs from the Ministry of Education from the Dominican Republic, Ansel Shecker, is here with us virtually. Vice Minister, can you hear us? Yes, good afternoon. The General Director of Technical, Vocational, Higher Technological, and Artistic Education from the Ministry of Education, Peru, Valerie Sanchez, the Director of Ayuda en Acción from Colombia, Felicitas Acosta, Professor of the National University of General Sarmiento in Argentina, and the Coordinator of NORAC for Latin American countries. At the end of the session, we will offer the floor to Daniela Truco, Senior Social Affairs Officer from ECLAC. And I would like to offer the floor to Mariana Webb. Thank you, Raquel. Good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for being here in this last panel of the 6th Regional Seminar on Social Development in Latin America. And my presentation today is tackling the transition school work in the digital area, focusing in technical professional training for social mobility. And the main message is that this type of training should not be understood as a second educational option or a lower system of training in the context of education and this type of activities. These trainings should be the best leverage to consider social inclusion, employability, and the transformation that the countries in our region need. On one hand, it can improve opportunities of the younger people to allow their labor insertion and to allow them for their economic autonomy, and also to contribute countries to have their productive capacity to incorporate innovation, strategic aspects, and to prepare to a world that is constantly transforming in this concept of digital transformation.
Ahí está. La estructura de la presentación.
The structure of the presentation, my presentation will be starting with the context of the younger people in the labor market and the structural inequalities when dealing with digital transformation so we can place the problem. I will second be establishing which is the strategic role of this type of training by expressing that this could be a social mobility driver and the productive transformation activities. But to fulfill this role, it has to deal with certain critical knots. And third, I will be closing with guidelines of the public policy to move forward into inclusive and pertinent training in the digital era.
Entonces ahora con
I will then start with the context of the presentation. Younger people are in an important disadvantage in the labor market. This, of course, is not new, as we all know, but is quite relevant in a context of accelerated transformation. the data are showing these disadvantages. First, we have the unemployment at this level that is very high for the younger population compared to adult groups. This is the data for 2022 and in average for 18 countries in Latin America. The unemployment of younger people between 15 and 24 years of age triple-folded those of people between 35 and 44 years of age, with an unemployment rate of 17% compared to a 5%. In second place, even if younger people are able to have an employment, they are doing it in a disadvantage proportion. For the same number of countries in the year 22, more than 20% of those that had jobs, they had income lower than the line of poverty of their country, compared to 14% in the population of 30 to 64 years of age that are employed. Informality is much higher in the younger groups as well. As an average in Latin America 2022, informality of those that are between 15 and 29 years of age were over 10%, and it was more than the population between 30 and 54 years of age. And finally, this is also dealing with the sexual division of labor. Just to mention some data, we all know that women are always receiving lower incomes in the labor market, but also have tremendous gaps in labor participation compared to men. The participation in the labor force in men is 20 points between 15 and 24 and 26 points between 25 and 34. This is just data of the inequality of the younger groups, which is not distributed homogeneously. It is caused with sex, with socioeconomic level, the racial condition, and other elements that are included in the inequality matrix. So any type of policy, employment, or school should be able to tackle these inequalities. It is not enough to widen the possibilities of work, but it is also the different barriers that these people have to access and learn throughout their life cycle. The transition from school to work is a critical stage of the life cycle. And what happens in these years is conditioning the labor activities of these people, income, the economic autonomy, the possibilities of training, the social mobility. And this is why when we talk about youth unemployment, it is not only a transient stage, it is a crucial element for the life cycle. An expression that is quite critical of inequality is seen in younger people that are not studying but are receiving wages for their work. 1 out of 5 people between 15 and 29 years of age in 2023 were in this situation, where 70% with this double activities were women, and 65% came from the 40% poor sector of the population. It is very important to be able to leave the stigma related to this situation of double exclusion, of not working, waged working and non-studying. Frequently, it is related unfairly to a lack of motivation, a crime, or others, but data are showing something very different.
Aparte de estos jóvenes,
1/4 of these youth that were not working or being paid were looking for work, and half of them were carrying out household unpaid work. So more than inactivity, it's a situation of dual exclusion, educational and work. And it's a lack of support, a lack of support with inclusion. It's not the individual aspect of youth, but the institutional bridges between education, training, social protection, and work and economy. It is one of the reasons for which education and technical professional aspects can be strategic. They can work as a bridge between the educational world and the labor world, but it can also support inclusion of youth in the region.
en esta lámina
To this, we add the digital path automation, for example, which is the known logic in a simplified manner. That is what we know. It's what we knew before artificial intelligence and before generative AI. This is more than a simple replacement of employment or this wave of technological substitution. It actually is more about a partial transformation of occupation of work. The main risk was focused on routine tasks, and that's what was going to be automated. And this wave was going to affect women and youth. Then there's a second dynamic, which is the automation due to generative AI. It's a different logic. And differently from the previous waves, generative AI acts on cognitive skills that were protected earlier. And here in this new scenario, which is highly uncertain, there is a greater education could imply greater exposure to risk because many of these cognitive tasks are being transformed. But at the same time, more education also means a greater adaptation capacity. So Professor Stephanie mentioned this morning that education is of the essence, but it's not enough to just get trained once for life. The speed of technological change requires that people constantly update their knowledge and their skills. And here, technical and professional skills have a significant role.
En este contexto es muy interesante escuchar.
This is very interesting. What do you say about AI in education and in work? This actually brings us to some of the initial qualitative aspects. We saw this with Alexis Santos and Zucker, who are focusing on the collaboration project in which Ayuda en Acción, where we have seen around 5 youth from different countries in the region, Chile, Brazil, Peru, Mexico, Bolivia, Ecuador, with educational trajectories that go from high school to graduate school. And the message here is that they say that AI is part of their trajectory. It's not optional. It is a tool that they're using already to study, to look for information in the workplace, to prepare for the workplace. In many cases, using AI will be increasingly necessary to not be left out of the labor market. And the second point is that AI appears as an opportunity to level working conditions. And this is for youth who have less formal training. They feel that these tools have allowed them to develop skills that are comparable to those who do have formal education. They value it as support to prepare their resumes, interviews, and orientation in the academic world, and of course, for neurodivergent or students with certain disabilities. But also, we also see concern for new inequalities, for new risks that it may bring with it. Youth say that it is not enough to have access to AI, but what really matters is knowing how to use it to critically assess its answers and to assess the results, the replies. So you need to learn how to use these tools and to learn critical thinking and to solve problems autonomously. And youth acknowledge that we still don't know all the risks of AI, at least not in the long run. And a fourth area, and which will be elaborated later in the publication that we're going to launch this year. A fourth message that I wanted to stress for this presentation is that youth demand critical training and recognize that there is a significant gap in the training of their professors. Many youth who have learned to use AI on their own by informal means through their peers, family, online videos, or simply exploring with AI and they haven't done it necessarily at their educational institution. Some recognize that they know when a document has been generated by AI better than their professors, and they claim that their professors don't use this material correctly. So this shouldn't be seen only as a challenge, but also as an alert on how to use artificial intelligence, and there is a risk they need to be distributed the same. And to build on the training and knowledge that others already have. So the challenge is not just to include technology or to allow for the use of this technology, but also strengthening the pedagogical abilities, institutional abilities, so that they not only use them, but can also understand them, assess, and use them critically and in the correct moment. We're going to move on to the technical professional education. This is relevant because it's in this intersection between education and productive development in an era that is highly digital. It can enable transition of youth in their transition to employment, and they can bring about tasks more linked to the production world and know how to answer to these labor demands. But it's not just labor policy. It needs to be seen as part of a development strategy. So data show that education, vocational training and education have their own pros and cons. In Latin America, those who had tertiary technical vocational studies had income that was 41% higher than those who only completed high school. Women with tertiary education had 13 percentage points higher than women who had only completed high school. And we also see significant effects on poverty, going from 16% of those who have completed high school to 8% of those women who had completed some sort of tertiary vocational training, professional and technical. Not only those have positive returns, but also in those countries that were analyzed by Esper and Truco, we see that people who graduated from high school were seen as more advantaged than others, and 10% of the income and 17% in Uruguay and 17% in Costa Rica were higher than their peers in terms of high school education. And these data confirm that it is not a second academic logic. In 7 of these 9 countries in Latin America that were analyzed with PISA 2022, the students of technical and professional education exceeded the performance of those who only had high school educations, especially in math. And in 4 of 6 countries, those students declared that they had a higher or better self-perception of digital efficacy. That is to say, they have there's a better capacity to carry out complex tasks in relation to their peers in high school education. This is relevant because it allows disputing the stigma, social stigma that there is on vocational schools. But of course, we need to mention a caveat. As we see here, they show better results, relative results, as compared to regular high school, but the levels of learning in the region continue to be low when we compare it to learning levels in countries such as those that are in the OECD. And this has concrete implications. Without a solid base in science, math, language, technological adaptation will be difficult. That is why strengthening this technological and professional education to do with linking them to markets, labor markets, but also increases basic competencies and helps prepare youth so that they can continue learning throughout their life cycle. In digital area, technical professional education cannot be restricted to training them to a specific task at a specific moment. They need to be trained for changing markets, for this reconversion, for adaptation and lifelong learning. So for technical professional training to have the strategic role, they need to face new criticism. First is the mismatch between competencies. Sometimes there is a formative offer, but there are changing demands of the workplace. This is difficult, and when you have educational profiles changing quickly in digital transformation times. A second challenge that was mentioned by youth, as I mentioned in focal groups, we saw this gap in the training of professors. It's not enough to simply update their CVs if they don't have continuous or ongoing training opportunities. These the professors need to have the tools to teach children to prepare for this technological world. There is a stigma in many of our countries, and despite its return and despite the efficacy it has, and that data show, this social stigma affects decisions of students, but also restricts public investment, budget investments in the sector. The fourth challenge is fragmented governance. Technical and professional training is usually distributed between different ministries and institutions, companies, and other stakeholders in the productive sector. And of course, it's necessary to be able to make this link between education and the workplace, the productive needs. And the fifth is the formative rigidity and productive atomization. Many educational establishments have a low curricular flexibility, limited knowledge of prior knowledge, and scarce opportunities for learning in the workplace. So there is a high presence of small and medium-sized companies that find themselves in this issue. And these notes show that digital transformation is not only about including technology in the transformation processes or the technical professional training or schooling. It is about changing the pedagogical base and organizational structure of these systems. So it's not only about how to digitalize technical professional information, but also on how to build systems that are able to anticipate change, coordinate stakeholders, and offer flexible trajectories and make turn digitalization into inclusion and not exclusion.
The good news is that the region is not starting from scratch, and the panelists will share some successful experiences in the region. On that regard, there are experiences that show potential paths, dual training, micro-credentials, skill certification mechanisms, qualification frameworks, curricular updating, private-public association. And what I'd like to highlight here, in general, as I said, is innovation is not only technological, organizational, pedagogical innovation is needed. One needs to recognize a prior experience and more dynamic input and output from those systems, approaching the labor market, and also permanent updating mechanisms. For example, micro-credentials allow to certify specific skills without necessarily demanding long career paths and rigid career paths. Competency or skill certification allows to validate on-the-job knowledge, even informal contexts, such as online courses that were mentioned by Professor Stefani this morning. Even some formal institutions are conducting these micro-certificates. Dual training is highlighted as an important element, but always well regulated and also as part of the training experience, and not an experience that makes jobs more precarious. public and private alliances is fundamental, but it cannot be minimized to just occasionally resorting to the private sector. Should translate into a permanent dialogue at an institutional level with perspective or foresight identification of competencies and in real labor contexts.
Ahora voy a ir a los
Now I'm going to discuss general guidelines that we have identified to transform the technical, professional, or vocational training. Just to summarize this, to strengthen governance. In order to do that, it's important to have national long-term productive guidelines to connect the training we're providing our youth with development strategies of our countries. We cannot define the teaching offer without asking what are the strategic sectors or industries, where are we going to add value, what skills are needed, and how do we develop these skills in our youth. Likewise, one needs to articulate with social protection systems. Many youngsters face economic barriers, care, responsibilities, connectivity issues, among other obstacles that prevent them from being successful in their learning processes. Hence, economic support, scholarships, care services, guidance are key to build the basic conditions that allow to support inclusion, educational, and labor-related practices in time. This means coordinating education, social protection, productive development in the private sector. Technical and vocational training needs this very sound institutional bridges. The second area is to drive innovation, not only technological, but also pedagogical, organizational, and curricular. Updating curricula, certifying skills, and developing micro-credentials and strengthening a dual training formats. A third guideline is to consolidate international cooperation. Multilateral institutions and regional organizations can provide common frameworks, technical and financial resources, and space for learning in each country. It is important for cooperation to be articulated with national priorities and with local capabilities. It's not about importing models, but adapting the learning processes to the needs of the territories and the countries. The region has valuable experiences, and the challenge is to learn from those, establishing when needed, and adapt them to the institutional and territorial realities of each country. In that sense, a fourth guideline is to adapt strategies to the local contexts. Latin America and the Caribbean is a very heterogeneous region. Countries have very diverse productive capabilities and territories with significant gaps. That's why there's not a single technical and vocational training model. There are common principles, but the solutions must be localized. A fifth guideline is to close the digital divide, our topic this week. Urgent infrastructure investment is needed, especially in rural areas. Investment on connectivity, equipment, teachers training, digital skills development, and curricular updating. The sixth guideline is to promote social mobility as a guiding principle. Digitization cannot be assessed only because of how it modernizes productive processes. One must also assess those because of their capability of closing gaps and improving the living conditions of people. It must contribute to the youth, especially those who are facing the greater barriers because of gender, poverty, territory, because of ethnicity, among other factors, can have access to labor and learning conditions that are of a higher quality. The technical and vocational training cannot be neutral in the face of inequality. It must be explicitly designed as a tool to reduce it. In closing, I'd like to go back to the initial idea in this presentation. Technical and vocational training can be a key lever for transition from school to work and social mobility and productive transformation, but that potential will not be materialized automatically. If countries are able to strengthen technical and vocational training with strategic and governance and also territorial pertinence and a rights approach, digital transformation can become an opportunity to make progress towards a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable societies. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, María.
Thank you, Mariana, for your presentation. Mariana has just offered this analytical framework with concerning information that will be the base for the discussion during this panel, and also data about this very important message that technical and vocational education is not a second option, but a strategic lever for youth employability and what the countries need in Latin America and the Caribbean in the context of that digital transformation. And this poses a direct question from the ministry. So what is being done specifically to respond to these challenges? We'll start who is connected online, Vice Minister Ansel Sheker, representing the Dominican Republic, a country in which technical and vocational training is a presidential priority. Vice Minister, in the context of increasing digitization, what are the main challenges in order to strengthen the offering of technical and vocational training in Dominican Republic? You have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to take part in this panel discussion in the regional seminar organized by ECLAC. Just to give you some context about technical and vocational education in my country, Dominican Republic, and secondary education, but that considers the last 3 years and higher education. It means students can choose whether they are going to go the academic path, the arts path, or the technical and vocational training. As I said, is the 3 last years, according to the latest adaptation, where there are close to 70 different degrees organized in 17 families of degrees. That there are about 403 technical and vocational training centers with more than 102,000 students. It's close to 30% of the secondary education enrollment. There is technical and vocational education outside the formal system through the Technical and Vocational Institute. I'm going to refer to what's part of the Ministry of Education, though. So, by being a technical bachelor's degree, the students have all the academic burden. They not only work on the specialized areas, but they need to meet the requirements of an academic curriculum, language, Spanish, math, etc., and also the specialized subjects. An extended day they work or they attend from 8 to 4. There's a presidential goal now of expanding the coverage and strengthening technical and vocational education. Our goal is to reach 2028 with 118,000 students. We started in 2025 with 93,000, so we've been expanding that. And the reason is because we recognize the importance of this technical vocational education for employability, social mobility, and how this strategy definitely contributes to economic, social development of the country. So in these challenges, with this goal, we face challenges that are considered traditional, that already exist. Expanding coverage relies on the infrastructure, so we also have the challenge of expanding and improving the infrastructure or turning old high schools into polytechnical institutions, and that means equipment. And that is an important cost for the country, and that's why it's a basic challenge that still remains. The other challenge or traditional challenge is being able to have the teachers for this technical and vocational education. These are teachers that need to be specialized with very specific skills, and sometimes it's not easy to achieve. And we need to find the mechanisms to find the necessary the teachers we need and the teacher training programs for these professional requirements. And a third challenge also that has been already established is updating the supply so that the supply is relevant, that is adapted to the context, is relevant to the local production context, and also updated the country has developed a national qualification framework in which we must update the profile of the curriculum. So far, only 6 families of those curricula have been updated, and there's a whole plan of continue to update that in order to respond to the demands of the different sectors on a timely basis. So these are challenges that already exist and that are being addressed in terms of a concrete plan for expanding infrastructure, more teachers enrollment, teacher training, equipment, and updating the curriculum according to the qualification framework. But we have the new challenges, which is what I'm going to touch on briefly, precisely because of the impact and the fast impact of technologies and artificial intelligence, which creates gaps and also creates new challenges. A challenge that requires reshuffling of some of our processes because, as we all know, right now, artificial intelligence and the quick changes in technology that are happening do require new skills, but most of all, there are certain threats and risks of even losing some jobs. So the new challenges we have is how to accelerate the review process of our profiles and how to adapt the study plans, because many times it's a process that takes time, that sometimes is bureaucratic, or not so much bureaucratic, but it takes some time and consultation, validation, approvals. And we need to look for accelerated mechanisms and to make that offering more pertinent and adapted to the local context. At the same time, we face the challenge of developing generic competencies, human skills, and the ones that will not be replaced by technology. That's even a challenge of developing socio-emotional and soft skills that will be a requirement from the productive sector, and how to develop competencies, but general in nature, but that are necessary to be able to develop successful career paths and employability. And these, according to what has been already mentioned in the previous presentation, in order to update that offering, we need to have access to new micro-credentials and new mechanisms, shorter training, online choices, something much more flexible than what we already have. And also we see the challenge in terms of technology and equipment of connectivity, of how to make sure that these training centers have the devices and the connectivity, mostly in certain rural areas or remote areas. That is yet another challenge that is added, how to strengthen digital competencies, and not only in students in this digital culture, but most of all in teachers.
Among the teachers that have to permanently be updated so that they know about these speedy changes. Another challenge that I would like to highlight is indeed related to labor insertion, the link between schools and work. In our system, we have training in work centers, and that is mandatory in order to obtain your professional title. You must necessarily spend hours at work in this training. However, these changes imply that we need a much more articulated, coordinated system linking the school and the world of work with productive sectors, so that students can join that scenario. For example, we have the issue of dual training, and that is presently done outside. It's an alternative, but an alternative that has to be analyzed, as has been said beforehand. And we definitely can produce a relationship that ensures that that student receives training at work, but at the same time that doors are opened to that student in terms of work. That is one of the objectives of vocational training. And we have to determine how this is strengthened. We must also highlight that we face a challenge of knowing how to make a better use of these emerging technologies, and not only in order to innovate and update the vocational training, but also to bridge gaps. Finally, I would also like to mention that another additional challenge is to adapt the flexibility of offer for different types of populations. We have around 20% of these young people that neither study nor work, and therefore the question is how to attract them and to present them an attractive offer, enabling them to form part of this and to obtain training. And therefore we must focus on this population in order to introduce adaptations. We also have populations of young people that both study and work, and that means that our offer must also be flexible in order to accommodate that reality. So we have the challenge of adapting the offer, the opportunity to the various population profiles that young people have. And in this sense, I believe that research and study is important. In other words, to have data available to be able to monitor and to explore existing demands, the entities that are able to provide this. All this is crucial. It is crucial for the educational system to make decisions based on data and based on evidence so that it can better cater for these new challenges that we face. And just to round up, I would like to summarize by saying that vocational training is indeed a priority in the Dominican educational system. We are tackling these challenges in terms of generating a much more updated offer. We want to accelerate the updating process and the training of our staff, and also updating our equipment, and also how we establish that link between the world, between schools and the world of work, catering for different populations and different challenges. We have a technical working group, and we are undertaking an important dialogue in our country in order to make headway with that effort. And as I said, conducting research to make better decisions. But technology is something that challenges all of us, because it even challenges or questions the types of employments that will be present in the future, and that involves a tremendous challenge for the educational system. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Viceministra.
Thank you, Vice Minister, for sharing traditional and emerging challenges in the Dominican Republic, which are also challenges in many countries in the region. Now we'll move on to Peru. Peru will share an important experience with us, which is the implementation of the national framework for education as an articulation tool. Valerie, how has the national qualification framework contributed to the articulation of the curricular changes and promote digitalization in vocational training, and what are the main challenges that this process still faces in order to improve employability? Valerie has a presentation that will be shown on the screen now. Good afternoon. Welcome to you all for Peru. It's a great opportunity to be present here with you all, and thank you very much for this possibility. The challenge that we face as a country is, for example, 15% of young Peruvians neither study nor work. Youth labor informality is 85% in our country, which includes young people aged between 15 and 21. And therefore we ask ourselves a question: how can we make education make a contribution to expand the possibilities that people have within a context of accelerated technological transformation. And we have an answer for that. We need to change our outlook to promote learning trajectories that are lifelong. And how do we do that? Well, we have to learn, we have to certify, we have to work, we have to update our knowledge, and also to progress. The challenge is building a trajectory that will enable students through the learning that they have acquired, that learning be translated into better employment opportunities and better social development, but above all, that also leads to mobility. The digital transformation makes this challenge even more complex, but the transition from school to the world of work can no longer be understood as a specific moment in life, but rather a permanent progress towards learning. The Peruvian response was to build conditions for this trajectory, for this transformation, and we have undertaken a long pathway and we have suggested that skills consolidates a skill-based approach as from basic education and up until vocational and higher educational. And through this skills-based curriculum, we have implemented modularity. What does this mean? Well, in a curriculum divided into 6 semesters, each academic period can be certified, and therefore we talk about a modular certification that could be regarded in the world of work as a micro certification, enabling students to join the labor market once they have concluded an academic period. Now, this enables a progressive certification because in addition to holding a vocational training certificate, once they conclude their training, they can consolidate 6 modular certifications that will enable him or her to acquire 6 different skills. Now, what else have we done? Well, we have proposed and promoted the ability to transit from one level to the other through these certifications. In other words, through the guarantee of the skills that they have acquired. We have facilitated learning pathways. How? Well, via modular curricular structures and via coordination mechanisms, and also involving progressive certification. Nowadays, in January 2026, we published a law 1705 that promotes the acknowledgement of prior knowledge in technical productive learning. But what is this applying learning? Well, that enables us to recognize, to acknowledge formal, informal, and non-formal learnings, and that will be certified via the technical productive educational centers in our country. Finally, we have achieved the consolidation of the national qualifications and framework as a tool within our country, a tool that will enable us to sustain everything that we have promoted in the past few years. It is born and it is based on skills, on progressive certification, this recognition of previous learnings. This framework is the crystallization of different frameworks that we have been able to create. And so we have moved from fragmented systems to articulated trajectories or experiences. Beforehand, we had experiences that were not articulated. Today, however, we recognize learning training continuity via micro certifications, these modular certifications, and a better link with employment. Now, what is very important is to highlight that we work with um, in the design of our curriculum and directly with the productive sector. We face a challenge, but this is also an opportunity. And I refer here to digitalization. It is indeed changing the way in which we teach, learn, and work, and we must be prepared for that. But what we have done is that today we have 411 distance programs and 452 programs, hybrid programs that are provided in our higher technological educational centers. In other words, 83 institutions that have been certified to provide this type of educational service. And obviously, they have to comply with the basic quality requirements established within the framework of this process. We have to create new skills and teach new ways of learning. And therefore, this curriculum, what it does is to promote, for example, data science, cybersecurity, cloud computing, and technological solutions. Our new ways are, virtual platforms, digital resources, flexible learning, and hybrid education. The common language in order to connect learning, qualifications, and opportunities is the tool that we have developed as a country in our national qualifications framework, which brings together education, training, and employment. Now, to date, we have created 16 qualifications for the tourism sector that will be published in the second half of 2026, and this is the first milestone for the implementation of the national framework. However, we are also exploring the mining and agriculture sector that in our country make our economy sustainable. Our agenda is governance, digital systems, sectorial population, and a training offer based on qualifications. So this is the national qualifications framework by 2030. We already said from the very onset that we have talked about lifelong learning. And why? Well, because learning goes beyond the school. Education, work, autonomous and digital learning, which leads to skills in order to continue to be competent to learn and to build. Peru has planned, and this is indeed a milestone, the construction and the construction of a system that recognizes, values, and articulates lifelong learning. And for that purpose, we have faced three major challenges: governance, lifelong learning, and the inclusive digital transformation. This is a pathway that we have ventured on and that we will continue to venture on as a country in order to achieve what we all want. And that is that our students and our labor force may have the necessary skills in order to obtain employment in jobs that enable the sustainability of their lives and that promotes the common good in our country. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Valerie, por compartir esta importante política.
Thank you, Valerie, for your presentation. And this shows us how it is possible to move forward and acknowledging training along the lifestyle. I would like to offer the floor to Adriana Quimbay from Colombia that will be presenting the different policies of the territory and the communities and the successful experiences of the youth in this context of digitalization, either in Colombia or the other countries in Latin America. Mariana also has a presentation that you can already see on the screen. Thank you, Raquel. I would like to especially greet Mariana, Daniela, Andres, Alberto, and my colleagues in the panel, as well as to thank the whole team of ICLAC that has organized this important regional seminar on social development and to open these dialogue areas for the challenges that are so important for our region, how to guarantee that the transition between school and work transform into real social mobility for the youth in a context of this transformation. From Ayuda Acción, we participate from a double perspective. On one hand, from the generation of knowledge through our own studies, as well as the analysis of artificial intelligence in these areas. And likewise, we have created together with ICLAC the key elements that make us understand the transformation of that the youth are experimenting in our region and the technical and professional training in the framework of these aspects that Mariana was mentioning in her presentation, and the transition of the youths in Latin America, perspective studies for youth employment in the region. And on the other hand, from our experience in 18 countries where are together with youngsters, communities, educational institutions to allow for successful transitions for employment and economic autonomy. The findings of these studies are very clear. In the digital transformation, we are seeing the organization of the labor activities, the skills of the market, and it requires us of the main aspects which are not the challenges of technology, but rather inclusion. Even though digitization opens tremendous opportunities, it can really make the inequalities between territories, men and women, and youngsters of different income levels and access to opportunities make it much deeper. And we have been talking about all this throughout these days. The study also shows that technical professional education becomes one of the most effective tools for employability and to implement the income and reduce poverty. And the benefits are especially significant for women, contributing in closing the historical divides of access to the labor market. Nonetheless, there's a paradox that we have to deal with compared to the benefits. Technical professional education is still having insufficient coverage and a limited acknowledgement from the different countries. Within this scenario, in Ayuda en Acción, we have seen that the question is not how to train the youngsters better for the digital world, but rather how to go together with them throughout the transition between education, employment, and entrepreneurship. And to respond to this challenge, same as many other panelists, we have heard these days in ICLAC that have highlighted the importance of doing intervention and evidence-based programs and the quality of the data from Ayuda en Acción. We have created our Triple E strategy, which is education, employment, and entrepreneurship. This starts from a very simple conviction, and it is social mobility. It does not depend on being part of the educational system or only of obtaining a job. It requires to strengthen capabilities, to create life projects, to connect the youngsters with real opportunities, and to generate ecosystems that will allow for successful transitions. So I would like to share some lessons learned from our activity. In the area of education, we work for youngsters to make informed decisions on their training and labor activities. In Colombia, for example, we have been together, high school groups, and in socio-occupational guidance, with vocational guidance, with psychosocial company, financial education, and the knowledge of the opportunities of their territory. What we have understood is that many of these youths do not abandon because of they lack talent. They do it because they don't have information, references, or anybody working with them to allow for a possible path. And this tool becomes an important element, such as the education itself. The second aspect is employment. In Santander at the north, that is the border with Venezuela, we're creating paths coming from the productive activities of the territory and alliances with the entrepreneurial sector. These paths are creating technical training, the skills for employment practices, and the labor insertion experience has shown that isolated training does not guarantee employment. The best results are obtained when there is an effective relationship between educational organizations, companies, and social organizations. And when younger people or the youth are able to work in or develop their different strategies, such as teamwork, problem resolution, and others, these are all elements that are needed in the labor areas. The third lesson learned comes from entrepreneurship. In the framework of our projects of strengthening the cacao value chain in Nariño, we are seeing a sector that is growing older. So to understand this reality, we started with rural youths that through an agroecology schools, we strengthen technical training, leadership, and entrepreneurship, meaning that we have a very important element left for this discussion. When we talk about digitization, we always think about artificial intelligence. Nonetheless, transformation at digital level should also be able to participate in the modernization of traditional sectors, improve productivity to allow access to markets, and generate new economic opportunities in the rural territories. Digitization can help the youth to find opportunities where they are living without being forced to abandon their territories and creating a life project. And what was mentioned by the subdirector Crystal, from Ayuda en Acción, we're training the youth in different areas, but high quality activities has. This is based in methodologies with a very solid base. And one of the methodologies that deals with this triple E model is the model Impulsa. That means that there are 4 components that are part of this to develop technical skills for employability, a guidance for the creation of educational and professional activities, the relationship with the productive environment through practices and the relationship with companies, and strengthening capability for an active search of employment. And all this is together with follow-up and assessment, allowing for intervention to measure results and generate evidence on the impact of employability and opportunities. Likewise, to establish a reference of what Dr. Stephanie was mentioning this morning, we are adding artificial intelligence to the model Impulsa, not only as a tool, but using it in analysis and the cognitive impact in the youth. So this is an intervention methodology that is evidence-based, excuse me, and it is based in the randomized controlled trials done by JPAL. It showed that the model produced a favorable and significant response in younger people or youth and their entrepreneurial activity, the employment perspective, more possibilities of continuing their studies and success after the intervention. One important aspect of the strategy and model is that it has a systemic assessment, allowing us to assess and implement the impact. It is supported by something that is around all countries, providing trustworthy data. And this is a lesson learned that we not only see from Colombia. Ayuda en Acción is in 18 countries, 11 out of which are part of America, and we find similar opportunities. As an example, Bolivia, we have worked together with trade unions, with local governments, the Ministry of Education, to strengthen the ecosystem of training and productive inclusion. Among the main results, we see the update of technical careers linked to the economic potential of the territories, the teachers training, the strengthening of more than 100 technical institutes, and the creation of alliances with productive
organizations to ease the opportunity of employment and others. In Nicaragua, we have been able to train teachers on the use of AI in education and the youth in digital literacy. And these progress have been done given the coordination with the government in Nicaragua and other key stakeholders from the educational area. This model has had a pilot activity in El Salvador where we're still having an initiatives for the skills for employability in Mexico. We're working together with the youth that want to be part of the labor market and that are very strict in their requirements. We're also adapting the model to allow for a successful transition between education and work. These experiences mean that Ayuda en Acción is a strategic partner for governments in the private sector, academia, and international cooperation. We are providing all this theory to the territories and people. Our capability is to be able to strengthen capabilities and implement novel solutions. So even though the contexts are changing, we find common challenges. The need to strengthen the skills in the 21st century, to create bridges between education and productive sector, and the need to guarantee that the opportunities of digitization will reach those that historically have been lagging behind. Coming from these experiences, I would like to mention three final thoughts. The first one is that the digital divide is far more than just a technology divide. It is not only the access to internet or devices, it is access to opportunities of learning, employment, and social mobility. The second one is that we need educational systems and training systems that are more flexible. The educational and labor activities are not linear. We have to have models that will allow us to update the information and knowledge along the lifespan. And the third is that no institution can work on its own. We need to be able to establish the relationship between the government, the private sector, and others to create sustainable responses. And Ayuda en Acción is still consolidated and will continue working with all of the different stakeholders. And to be able to conclude, I would like to leave you with a final message from the experience of Ayuda en Acción in Latin America. We have learned that digitization transforms employment, but social mobility is created together with those transitions. And this is why we work from education, employment, and entrepreneurial activities. When we connect these three elements, digitization is not only a digital transformation, it becomes a new opportunity to reduce inequalities and to build a future with more opportunities for the youth in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Diana, por la presentación.
Thank you, Diana, for your presentation and for sharing with us the strategy and the Impulsa model with all of the evidence behind it. I think Diana also offered us a cross-cutting message. We've seen this throughout the entire seminar, that it basically needs a strategy that is comprehensive and well articulated. With this, I'd like to offer the floor to Felicitas, and I think she also was asked a question that had to do with everything we heard in the morning. What are the critical factors of educational policies and social protection policies so that the educational trajectories in youth can support the more vulnerable youth? Thank you very much. In the first place, I'd like to thank CEPAL for the invitation. One of the advantages of being the last speaker is that I have a lot of information, a lot of ideas to share. My comment begins with the articulation that Mariana made regarding the employment and social protection. To think about the critical factors of these educational efforts built on trajectories of youth, especially in a digitalization scenario. My first argument is that digitalization is not only seen throughout the seminar. We see that and skills, demands for skills, but when we expand the transmission context, digitalization separates the school trajectory from the educational trajectory and looks at it as a broader set of opportunities for learning across schools. This can bring us to more opportunities, but it can also make for a more unequal distribution. And I'd like to present two transformations within which this problem is based. The first is that digitalization is not the first transformation that puts pressure on the educational systems in the region. There's one that goes before that. It has to do with the educational expansion, the extension of mandatory education in Latin America. We've seen selective systems and universalization, especially in high school education. And this produced a greater tension that has not been bridged and that was mentioned in the seminar. It has to do with the predominance of access, and systems have incorporated more students in a way that has not received sufficient support to provide the service. And Latin America has its own tension, because when educational systems expand and seek to include more students, what they do is they tend to simply extend education. And this has to do with a shared base, but it puts pressure on more specialized schooling, such as vocational. The second transformation and digitalization actually has to do with a process that is not as visible, which is the transmission context. And our research during the pandemic showed that the transition at the time was dispersed outside of the classroom, out of the schools, and this also deepened inequalities to the extent that the differentiation between schools also began to differentiate between opportunities seen in students. The digitalization extends its expansion of the transmission context, because learning tends to happen more increasingly outside of the school trajectory, and it's separated from education. So in view of these transformations, educational expansion and transmission, I'm going to propose 5 critical factors to sustain educational trajectories in digitalization scenarios. These are factors that are conceived for the educational system as a whole, but they acquire a specific perspective in technical or vocational schools, because that is where we see the difference between social protection, and we see the construction of conditions for schooling. We've said it here, and we've known it for a long time, that education depends on so many factors. There aren't trajectories without articulation between education or schooling and social protection. So we should see it more as a continuum. These are the conditions for schooling and what allows schools to arrive and remain as part of the system. And seeing schooling and the pertinence of the offer is what matters. So we have different policy domains that are different, but need to further interact. One is the transmission of knowledge, which is part of the educational system. That's where you look at schooling. And the other is the comprehensive well-being, which has to do with social security and sustains part of the conditions for schooling. So both are part of this building actual conditions that are conducive to these efforts, and it has to be part of the schooling system, not simply something that is later added on. As I said in the beginning, no trajectory can be sustained when the material conditions are unstable. The second factor that we have seen here with the colleagues that came before is the sectorial aspect, and the secretariats and the productive sector, educational sector, all this. And
agrava, podría decir, o profundiza con en el
this is deepened with the scenario of digitalization. It has to do with the need to go back on strengthening the state capacity. Digitalization modifies policies and forces the states to develop new capacities, at least, and very quickly, I would just say in 3 areas: to assess the tools that are entering these systems, especially the educational system, to regulate those tools, and also to be able to sit at a negotiating table with corporations, Google, Microsoft, and others, and also with a significant number of startups that today are introducing their teaching systems into different schools. So all these tools, all these policies that were once concentrated in the state are now distributed between multiple players, and this requires strengthening the state capacity in order to make it compatible with these players. And the more distributed they are between institutions in different sectors, this strengthening of the capacity and coordination is not a supplement, but more so a condition for proper functioning of the system. The third player or stakeholder for this trajectory has to do with the information systems and the intervention capacity. In our region, we see that there has been progress in the last 15 years. There's follow-up and early alert. And the problem is not so much detection, but this leap between data systems and actual development of policies that can lead to different interventions, as we see in this study with Nestor Lopez. The detection capacity does not necessarily translate into effective intervention. There is a gap between the alert and the implementation of a support that truly accompanies the trajectory. And we know this. This has 2 important consequences. One is that it limits the impact of the systems, and a device can detect whether there's a policy without an articulated intervention, and that will just provide information without any effect. And when these interventions are not don't include a follow-up, then what you get is stigma, especially with the more vulnerable students, which are detected as students at risk. And this is interesting. In the technical, professional, or vocational schools, we see that that is where the more vulnerable population is found. And trajectories have their breakpoints between the different modes and employment. It's not only about the students. We need an institutional capacity that enables us to act on it when necessary. The fourth factor is the training, general training, in order to navigate this digitalization scenario. The less we know about what the occupation, technology, and competencies will be, it would seem that it is more important to have a broader base that will allow youth to sustain their trajectory and maintain it in time. What was said yesterday about equal access and capacities is especially useful. The problem is relevant in a digital scenario, but it is not only who has access to devices. It's about the necessary capacities to participate in a significant manner. And then we go back to education and schooling. So from this perspective, I think that general education is now different. It is not going to replace specialized education. It just offers a foundation to continue learning. And that is important important because, as Professor Stephanie mentioned, in times of digitalization, he said, well, specialized training is creative and that will be key. So that is what is required for digitalization. And in this sense, I would say that there is a risk for educational policies. This has to do with the introduction of digitalization and technology on one hand should stress the access doctrine. I think that offering access to devices solves the problem and especially should produce a greater differentiation between different schools, different types of schools, because we see that some will tend to strengthen more foundational education, more dense education, especially schools developed between humans, and others that use platforms and tend to better manage learning opportunities. And these schools are those schools that are found in the more vulnerable sectors. And the fifth is the articulation between trajectories and the acknowledgement of these experiences that have been mentioned. If learning takes place in multiple spaces, the challenge is no longer only about school trajectories, but also about how these school trajectories are articulated with higher or broader educational structures. And of course, we see that some of these appear as potential mechanisms, but there is an expansion of the opportunities, and there is specific learning, and we can specify between these inequalities, those that have wealthier experiences that are more articulated amongst themselves. And we see that it makes it easier for them to have access to any kind of training. So the talks and figures presented by Mariela and Mariana are very suggestive, especially in this relationship that they were mentioning in terms of possible reduction of inequality or of equal opportunities. And this has to do with the expansion of the transmission context. Transmission. There is still a very relevant role in the reduction of inequalities. In this sense, a critical factor for the future will be the capacity of educational systems to articulate trajectories, broader educational trajectories, and understanding diverse learning processes, and allowing for the possibility of building a coherent formative trajectory can actually be part of the individuals.
If there is no articulation method, this learning can end up by expanding inequalities, as I said before, between those that have dense educational trajectories and those that rely primarily on schools in order to build this type of trajectory, which in turn reinforces the importance of the offer provided by the school. To conclude then, and going back to my initial argument, digitalization expands the context of transmission and thus opportunities to learn, but it also expands the risk that the educational trajectories may become much more fragmented and unequal. The factors that I have proposed as critical factors refer to an aspect which is how to uphold trajectories when the learning no longer exclusively corresponds with schooling, or at least with the ways in which we have known schooling so far. The expansion within the context of transmission, or education within the context of transmission, can strengthen education whilst and at the same time deepen differences between those that will have multiple spaces and support in order to learn, and the dense school will be one of those spaces, but others that will have either platform schools or schools highly focused on softer skills and only socio-emotional skills, or in an extreme with those who will only have isolated and disconnected certifications. And within this scenario, I believe that vocational training holds a specific, a unique situation because its relevance is not only results from digitalization and the link with employment, but rather from its ability to connect the institutions, learnings, experiences, and spheres of training that tend to be dispersed and that demand far more interconnection. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Felicitas.
Thank you. I believe that this is Felicitas has linked many of the ideas that we have discussed over the past couple of days, and this is very good and it is very timely because this is the last panel and very close to our closing remarks. So now I'll offer the floor to Daniela Trucco, who will offer some closing remarks to this panel discussion. Thank you, Felicitas, for closing this seminar. Throughout this panel discussion, we have held a dialogue related to the transition from school to work. And as we have seen, this is a decisive stage during people's life cycles. And it significantly conditions the future employment trajectories and the possibilities for social mobility. As shown by Mariana in her presentation in Latin America and the Caribbean, these transitions are strongly shaped by the matrices of social inequality that limits the possibility of gaining access to quality employment and reproduces inequalities between generations. The persistence of informality, low income, as we saw in the previous panel, scarce social protection coverage, and the weak articulation between education and the labor market hinders a transition from school to work to operate as an effective mechanism for ascending the social mobility for a large sector of youth in our region. And these challenges become even stronger within the context of the technological transformations that are underway and that we have analyzed, and especially with the more recent emergence of artificial intelligence. Within this scenario, during the last panel, we saw that education, and especially vocational training, acquires a strategic role in order to promote a more inclusive transition from school to work and to facilitate social mobility by providing an opportunity to coordinate educational systems with the productive world and by developing relevant skills for sectors that are undergoing transformations. However, for that potential to be effectively translated into greater opportunities, it is therefore fundamental to supplement these training systems with social protection systems, enabling young people and those especially living in that are more disadvantaged to uphold their educational trajectories and gain access to better quality jobs. We have heard experiences and the progress that has been made along this route in Peru, the Dominican Republic, Colombia, and the exchange of experiences between our countries is highly valuable within a context of such dynamic transformations, such as the ones that we are experiencing, in order to obtain experiences in comparable realities in order to tackle these challenges. And this is indeed one of the objectives that we have established for ourselves within the framework of the Inclusive Societies project implemented by the strategic alliance between ECLAC, GMZ, BMZ, and the Team Europe initiative that has enabled us to organize this panel and that has supported the whole set of this whole seminar. And this effort enables us to conduct a strategic analysis on social security, social protection frameworks for vocational training in order to promote adaptation and transition processes strengthened within this transformation context. I believe that the panel has been a tremendous contribution along this effort. I thank all the authorities and panelists that have accompanied us, and we hope to continue to advance with this collaborative work with the Dominican Republic and with Peru. I thank the Vice Minister Shekhar, who was connected online, and her advisors and also Director Sanchez of Peru for her contribution. I would also like to thank the tremendous working alliance that we have built with the Ayuda at Acción around these issues, and the presence of all the colleagues that have accompanied us with great interest in this seminar. In this room, Farah, who heads the office in Guatemala, Irene, who is in charge of these issues, and which is something we will work together, and Diana, that heads the office in Colombia, and that shares such interesting experiences with us. Finally, I would like to enormously thank Felicitas, whom we work with in a collaborative fashion for many years now, and for her comments and for her analytical and fundamental closure of everything that has been presented in the panel, as well as in other sessions of the seminar, very clearly linking the challenges that we face as from education and in policies and the institutional capabilities that are required within the framework of digital transformations in order to develop the educational trajectories of youth. As mentioned by Professor Stefani this morning, in this era of enormous transformations, we must go back to the key role of education, and we must rethink the training priorities and how we grant opportunities during people's whole lives, breaking away the exclusion cycles and inequality cycles. I thank all participants for their attention during this panel, and I would like to offer the floor to Alberto so that he can bring this panel and bring this seminar to an end. Thank you.
Gracias, Daniela.
Thank you, Daniela, and good afternoon, everyone. We have reached the end of this seminar, of this sixth regional seminar on social development in Latin America and the Caribbean, organized here at ECLAC. I don't think I'm mistaken in saying that they have been very enriching and intensive days with a very rigorous debate. I begin by saying that as from the division of the Social Development Division, we are truly very happy, and because we feel that this has been a very, very successful seminar. When we inaugurated this regional seminar devoted to inequality and digital inclusion and the opportunities and challenges for social development, for inclusive social development, we set out to answer several questions, but especially a question that involves technical challenges, management challenges, implementation challenges, and also challenges in the dimension of political economics. And in one way or the other, that was how the impact of this digital transformation, how that was going to impact on inequality in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how it impacted in one way or the other the development strategy that we call social inclusive development. And we have heard several perspectives in different dimensions that have touched upon interesting diagnosis as in-depth analysis of various methodologies and issues that summon us not only to continue to do this work, but also provides or injects a certain level of urgency in terms of which type of public policy should be implemented. We also debated around different commitments in order to make headway with this issue, how to generate networks in order to make this a reality, and how to strengthen agendas that are also shared agendas, and that certainly enable us to examine present-day aspects and future aspects, and helping us to reduce the high levels of inequality in the region. And none of this, absolutely none of this, would have been possible without the permanent support of our strategic partners. So now I would like to thank in different spheres what we have said during these 3 days. I begin with the regional, with the Inclusive Societies Program of the EU, funded by the European Commission, and the strategic alliance between GIZ and BMZ, and that collaboration has been fundamental to organize this regional seminar. Likewise, we thank the Republic of Korea because, especially when it comes to the digital inclusion and the Ford Foundation, for the support that they have provided so that we can work around the issues of inequality. We would like to especially thank all the government authorities that have accompanied us governments from the region that have accompanied us, that have traveled from their countries to be present here with us. Their presence is not only a very nice gesture, but a robust signal that the issues, these issues form part of national agendas. And we would like to highlight the participation of the minister from the Social Development Ministry of Chile, who was here during the first day. The Ministry of Women, Gloria Reyes, from the Dominican Republic, of the Vice Minister of Education, Denise Cáceres, the Secretary of the Social Cabinet of Panama, Maria Inés Esquivel, and also government representatives of UN entities, among them UNICEF, the ILO, the PAHO, UNESCO, and certainly members of academia from the region. And thus, we have had this participation, and we have seen, well, from the region, we had Argentina, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, Honduras, Guatemala, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. And this truly makes us very proud by having that coverage and that participation, and not only face to face here in the room, but also online. And I talk about the panelists that we have held during these 3 days, and also the side events. I am told that we have had 50 panelists, at least 50 panelists working online or face to face here in this room from different parts of the region. And within that context, we would like to again thank Francisco Ferreira from the London School of Economics and Political Science, who told us that he was going to be following us online. And as he mentioned in his excellent keynote speech 2 days ago, he spoke to us about the inherited inequalities. And he also said to us that 30 years ago he had been here, and our commitment is to have him here again before 30 years go by. And for you, Professor, who is listening to us, we would like to give you a warm hand and express our gratitude for your participation here with us. We would also like to thank Professor Helen Elsberg from the LSE as well for being here face to face. Helen, you were here with us in 2025. You've been here in 2026, and hopefully this will be ongoing. You gave us a wonderful keynote speech about digital inequalities, how to understand them, and how to understand that inequality is not only there, but it comes from before, and to face up to that, we need public policies in different dimensions. So thank you, Ellen.
Bueno, ya lo decía.
I already mentioned our gratitude to the more than 50 panelists that we have had, and I would like to say that statistics that I have been provided with show that 350 people have been present over the past 3 days in this room. Many countries from more than 25 countries connected online, and that may not be a record because I don't want to compare this with previous versions, but we're very happy with our coverage. Our regional seminar will have a greater impact if those that participate, listen, ask questions, convey these debates back to their institutions and certainly back to their own countries. I would also like to thank the ECLAC teams that have enabled this sixth version. I begin with the interpreters that are up there. We would like to give them a warm hand. To the documents and publication system, to the division on publications and documents, to the security area, to the unit of public information, and to the conference team. I would like to especially express our gratitude to the social development division. I begin with those that headed this organization. Several months ago, we began to organize a seminar last year, and I must say that everything that has been done is a responsibility. Everything that all the failures were the responsibility of the director, and everything that worked well was the responsibility of Mariana Webb and Lince Figueroa.
Who have made a huge effort to not only these 3 days, of course, you know, having this level of engagement and these results Also, we need to also thank those who are supporting the division permanently in logistics back there, the people who are doing the silent work, and Nancy Rivas, Nicole Burden, and Alison Moore. Thank you so much for all your support all these days here in the room. I'm not going to name all the names, but there's work that the different panels do. The WebEx that works or doesn't work sometimes. When we arrive in the room, the publications panel outside. So there are different functions and different roles. Among others, the 5 publications that we brought during these 3 days. On the first day in sequence, we first had the healthcare publication, the one about multidimensional inequality. Then we had the one about inequality in education. And here in the panel, we also reviewed the one about digital experiences and in childhood and teenage years. And now closing, because this is a closure, but there's going to be a side event at 2:30 about social cohesion, and we are going to launch the 5th publication about social cohesion. And in that sense, in that work, in the division, I'd like to highlight Daniela Uneu's work of actually bringing forward all this topic of publications that many times when we wonder, well, what is the impact? What's left? Well, the recordings, all the work on the internet, but also the publications to continue debating about these topics. Thank you, Daniela.
Como verán,
As you know, this regional seminar is a collective effort, not only the division of ICLAC, but all those who participate. And behind each one of these sessions, each intervention, of course, in this dialogue space, there's a team that is very much committed and will continue to be committed with lots of professionalism. So I was given half an hour to close. No, I'm not going to take 30 minutes. I've been speaking for 10 years. I'm going to share 3 ideas for closing. First, through this regional seminar, Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, that we organize every year at ICLAC, at least once we meet to discuss about some dimension of social inclusiveness. That's an asset already. There's value in it. And that, one way or another, kind of consolidates it. This is a consolidation or academia, government authorities, international organizations, experts, and different world organizations, international and regional organizations, and in that sense, debating about different aspects and dimensions of also inclusive social development as a common denominator. There's a common denominator that at least can be summarized in this way. It's about making progress in the design and implementation of public policies that put people and their rights at the center and that promote a life free of inequality, poverty, and hunger. And in that sense, we feel strong enough to organize this event and committing to being in the same room next year, organizing the 7th regional seminar on social development for Latin America and the Caribbean. That's first. The second thing, as to inequality. Well, inequality, we know it, is in fact a historical and persistent phenomenon, which is also structural, and we've been debating that phenomenon in a multidimensional context. And this regional seminar has been the venue for debating because we started with Professor Ferreira about inherited inequality. We then discussed multidimensional inequality. We talked about in different side events about inequality in healthcare, pensions, education, and certainly as the core of this seminar of digital inequality. Now, this last one, what the regional seminar has confirmed is that reducing or closing that digital divide and progressing towards the digital inclusion will be the result of basically agreeing and deliberately implementing public policies. More than not only understanding the technological phenomena, we need to do that, but basically, if there's a common denominator of all the comments, is that in order to face those digital inequalities, we need to be on the side of promoting public policies that will face them and reduce them. And last, I think disruptive technology creates the need to have agile and flexible and efficient institutions. And in that sense, artificial intelligence, automation, platform-based economies basically do not wait for anyone. They progress at a certain pace and that it doesn't see the stop sign, and they do not wait for our educational systems to adapt. It cannot wait for our social protection networks to adapt or be redesigned. Not even regulations that are created by governments. They don't wait for them to protect, adequately protect, I should say, so that we can have a safe regulation. Because the rate of change, and this is the message, there's a change in the rate at which that change happens. And among other things, that is creating technological transformation or digital transformation. And being a witness of that scenario that actually faces this change in the rate of this change creates a source of inequality, or it can create a very powerful tool to build more inclusive societies. Hence, the difference, in our opinion, will be marked in the challenge of how we design comprehensive public policy so that striking that balance between risk and challenges will be tilted more to the challenges and not so much to the risks that we've been discussing these days. Then in that sense, we have an additional challenge. That is to say, this digital transformation, besides all the dimensions in which we study in education, in healthcare, housing, pensions, in any of the dimensions of social development that we are discussing, digital transformation creates a dimension that accelerates the rate at which public policies need to react. This is not new necessarily, but this will change. This changes every day, and and in the end creates the need not only of doing diagnostics, but the need to generate public policy designs that actually cater to this new digital reality that will be in all dimensions of social development and that will impact social protection, development strategies, and certainly social inclusive strategies. We wish you all a safe fly home and to your countries. Once again, we thank you for attending this regional seminar on social development in Latin America, the Caribbean, and ICLAC, that is everybody's home and house. Thank you very much.
Sí, les recuerdo
Please fill out the questionnaire or survey for this last year. Thank you.
Y ahora viene el evento para
Next, the side event about social cohesion. And we'll take a group picture.
acá. Vengan todos para acá adelante para sacarnos una.
Claro, todos los que quieran participar de la foto, adelante.
El evento paralelo en la sala de Enrique Iglesias, por si acaso, a las 2:30.